Hey guys, welcome back. this one thing real quick. There's the bitch. Alrighty. Now that we've got the chat working, we can kind of get started now. It has been about a week since I was able to stream. So I've missed a whole hell of a lot. I've missed a ton. I know that there was all the fallout from the presidential debates. I know... Hello? Why can I not hear anything anymore? So this isn't going to work because my earphones aren't working. Minor technical difficulties, but we'll get through it. Let's just switch on over to our over the earphones. All right. We're in business, dude. Jesus Christ. It has been too long since I've been able to stream. A lot has happened. For instance, I am now a marked man for the first time ever. I finally have a tattoo. One accomplishment in life. You can't really... Houston area code right there. H-Town, hold it down. H-Town, hold it down. I don't really have much of a plan today. So we're just going to be vibing. 1 second. Is the kick not working? Oh, yeah, it is. Cool. We're officially in business. Let me see here. Let me just move all my windows around while we wait for people to kind of filter in. Oh, 1 second. Let me just respond to this really quick. You're probably safe from that. Okay, let's see here. Why am I getting tagged in here? You're not live on Kick. Why am I not live on Kick? I know why I'm not live on Kick. There we go. Now we're live on Kick. We might look into Project 2025 today. I'm not 1000% sure. Okay. Let's see. Well, since we're just waiting for people to filter in, we'll just get started. Go here. Oh, no, we're going to have to move the camera back down. How annoying. Jesus Christ. All right, let's move the camera back down. Lock it in place. That's a good spot for that. How's it going, Shadowrun? How's it going, Gas? Thank you guys for coming through. What's going on? Nothing much. Watch Vosh versus Dave Smith on Ukraine. Oh, shit, that's right. That was something I was going to watch the other day when I thought I was going to be able to stream. But yeah, I don't have any particular plans specifically today. We will see what we can get done, but yeah, we're just gonna have to see. Let me just fix a couple of little things on my game really quick so that I don't have to pay attention to that at all while we're going through stuff. We can get rid of all of that. Oh, except for we don't want to delete jobs. We want to not destroy the walls of all of our buildings. So let's do that. Nothing else should be. Oh, no, there are some more things that are affected. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. But yeah, so did I pour my... yeah, this is super soy. All right. This is super soy, but I did think about that last night with all the stuff with the Supreme Court going on, absolute immunity for Trump, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I did actually think about, this might be our last truly independent Independence Day, which is an absolute fucking horrifying thought to think about. But um, let's see here. Before we get started, here's what's going on with me. This is why I've been on hiatus for about a week. We are in the final stages of moving. This room up here is the only one that hasn't been at least packed in part. So we're just kind of here, man. But every single moment of my off work time is being devoted simply to maintaining the move over to key parts of Project 2025. Thank you. Has been just devoted to the move, so apologies for not streaming. It's really bad for the business of streaming to not stream, but that's how it be right now. Like I was saying earlier, yesterday I got my first. It's really hard to show. I realized that before I started streaming, I was like, if I want to show my tattoo, it's gonna be kind of hard to show off. But got myself a 713 tattoo. First tattoo just to commemorate me leaving Houston for the first real time in my life. Let's be real. So I'll be actually gone out of my mostly home city for the first time in my entire life. I moved here when I was 6. I'm 28, so 22 years. I lived in San Antonio for 1 year, but I was like, in between Houston and San Antonio every year or every other week or some shit like that. So, let me also do this real quick. But yeah, so this is like a big old change that we're going through right now. Trying to figure out what the future of me streaming looks like. Because I'll be in Washington, D.C., and I'll hopefully, inshallah, have my degree finished. So if we're able to get the degree finished, that'll be absolutely poggers. But also, once I get my degree finished, will I be able to continue streaming at all? Is a really, really good question. Because, employment opportunities and all that stuff, So let me see if I can do some of that. But yeah, that's basically been my entire life for the past week. So I haven't been able to keep up perfectly with the news like I usually try to. So I know that there was a lot of stuff with the Supreme Court. We'll hopefully at least make an attempt to get through some of that. What else is there? There's the Supreme Court stuff. There's the fallout of the debate, which is just depressing stuff, but we'll probably have to get into it at some point, so might as well. Let's see. What else are like big important things that I could be forgetting about right here? I know that Vosh debated Dave Smith, and I know that it was a absolute catastrophe for him. I watched like 10 minutes of Destiny's review of it, but then I got bored because I wanted to, actually review it myself. So we'll probably go over that. Let's see. What else do we have in the content suggestions? We have airline tickets about to skyrocket. Tim Pool debating someone about Steve Bannon. I don't know if I can do the Steve Bannon thing. I do not care about that man. I think that's basically it. They both didn't know the Bay of Pigs happened before the Cuban Missile Crisis. No, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way that neither of them knew that. How? How do you not? It wasn't that like one of the big reasons why Cuba felt the need to go to the Soviets for protection? Or am I like super wrong on that? Interesting. Gas, can you link that to me? Because I don't have it in the content suggestions, just so I don't have to like sit here and search around for stuff. But thought we would start off with my favorite pollster about the North Carolina
today's video
gubernatorial race. And we'll start off with that, and then once we're done with that, Vosh asked Dave, would the crisis justify the invasion? Jesus Christ. Here's my fucking thing. Something that I realized. I got bored and I listened to some old tried and true debates while I was going around packing and doing shit like that, you know? And I was listening to the Haas, Hinkle, Dylan Burns Destiny debate. And holy shit, there's something about like internet debaters, and I don't know what it is, but there's something about us where, well, I don't want to say about us. I don't even know if this is like an online debater thing. This might be just like, you know, a pseudo intellectual thing where you're the entire reason that you're known about something is because you know about a specific topic. I see you just posted it right there. Thank you. But you can read so much on this topic and everyone can know you for knowing a lot about that topic. But then like the second you're put in a position where you have to explain it to someone, you completely fucking crumble. That's unbelievable to me. I've read like 2.5 books on the rise of Nazi Germany, of the Nazis in Germany, on World War II, on the ideology of not like Nazism and fascism. I guess if we include fascism, then let's say 3.5 books. And Haas kept on screeching, and I do say screeching, that the Nazis were pan-European supremacists, which is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my goddamn life. They were not pan-European supremacists. They didn't like the French. They didn't like anyone to their east. Even though they were European and they said that they were European, they were just not good European. The only good people were the Aryans. The Anglos from England were close enough to be allies for at least a time, but the fucking Nazis did not like anybody else. They didn't like anybody else. I just don't understand how the fuck you can get from one spot to the other. Where everybody else, where they're like explicitly invading to, essentially after the Jews and the gays and the gypsies and the Slavs, right? They were going to kill everyone for pure-blooded Germans to have Lebensraum, living room, so that they can stretch out in their little rural German estates. It's insane. But anyway, sorry, that was just a little aside that I was thinking about. They were going to move all the Ukrainians. Yeah, they were going to move everyone. They were going to use them until they all died or were killed. How do people not, like, if you've read a book, like, I understand if you have never read a book on this stuff, if you've never had to think about this stuff, if it's just not something you're interested in, yeah, I can understand not knowing. But if it's like you're known for like being Mr. Lefty, Jesus Christ, my guy, you got to know some stuff and you got to be able to repeat that stuff. Anyways, let's go ahead and listen to this for just a minute while we have people filter in. If people don't filter in, then we'll just meme and cream around and listen to stuff, because I'm a little bit behind on the news, partly because it's depressing and partly because I'm super busy.
Today is Friday, July 5th, 2024, and after a week of constant conversation on the presidential level talking about the high-level Trump versus Biden, or potentially a Trump versus Harris matchup in this upcoming November election.
Also, anybody that's saying that we should replace Kamala Harris into the race is fucking brain dead. Has anybody, literally anybody, heard a single like positive thing about Kamala Harris in the past 4 years? CNN had a poll where she was over Trump. Let me see, like an aggregate of that, okay? I have not heard a single positive thing from liberals or Republicans the entire time that they've been in office about Kamala. And it's not because I have any like special hate for the lady, but she kind of gives off like wine mom energy. Does that does anybody else get that from her? Like real wine mom energy? Yeah, she's just kind of there. And I don't hate her. I don't have any like specific reason to hate her. I just don't think that she's the move. I don't think that there's a single Democrat that could do any kind of replacing at this point. I think it's a little bit too late for that. I think at that point you just gotta roll and pray. Oh shit, Todd's in chat. NBC. What does NBC have to say?
So, Steve, yesterday you'd mentioned that there are some brand new head-to-head polls out of New Hampshire, but we now also have some new national polling. What kind of insight does this give us? Is the race moving at all?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got 3 polls now, last 24 hours, all conducted after the debate. Just go through.
Fucking true. Jerry, so fucking true. What a perfect way to describe Kamala Harris. She's like your friend's mom. You don't hate her, but you don't want to get caught into that fucking conversation, you know? You don't want to get caught into that. It's not a bad conversation. It's just one that like goes on for a little bit too long, you know? She's probably slightly sauced up, you know, had like a glass or two of wine maybe, right? She's not drunk, but she's slightly sauced up. She wants to sit there and chat and chit chat, you know? Maybe she's a stay-at-home mom, so she doesn't get to talk to too many people every single day. Oh, man. That is perfect, actually.
I've decided today to talk about some pressing...
This one.
Here, you can see a couple things. You're not seeing major shifts in these polls, but of course in a race like this it wouldn't take a major shift to be pretty decisive. CNN poll released this afternoon, Trump 49, Biden 43. Now obviously a 6-point lead for Trump. That's very eye-catching here. Keep in mind though, last time CNN polled this race, this was back in April, some time ago, but the last time they polled this race they also found 49-43. When they found this result back in April, that then was the biggest margin Trump was leading by in any poll at that time. A lot of other polls then were much closer. This was largely dismissed as an outlier poll. Now, could this one be too? We'll see as more polls come out in the coming days. One thing to keep in mind, when you get an outlier, often it's the result of sort of a statistical blip with your sampling. It can happen from time to time, but when that happens, you'd usually expect that the next poll wouldn't have the same problem. So could this be 2 outliers, or is this perhaps more accurately measuring right now than back in April? April in the CNN poll, because the other thing to keep in mind in this CNN poll is that question of Kamala Harris. They tested as well Harris against Biden. So again, you see Trump leading Biden, Harris against Trump, excuse me. You see Trump leading Biden 49-43. When you put Harris in this poll, that 6-point gap for the Democrats comes down to 2 points. So they have Harris doing better than Biden. They also, CNN did, it checked 3 other Democrats against Trump. None of them were beating Trump, but all of them were closer than Biden. 4 Democrats in total that CNN polled. So that's a little context for that 6-point mark.
Honestly, this is what I would say. I wouldn't put in Kamala Harris. Call me sexist if you want. Like, I don't know, but I don't think that Harris is the move. If you wanted to replace Harris as VP with someone like Gavin Newsom, right? And people have a little bit of like okay, well, at least like Gavin is in there to like take the reins if Biden, dies or keels over or whatever the fuck. Buttigieg, I don't think Buttigieg would poll as nicely as Newsom, but that's just because I don't know. If that's the case, then yeah, 100% go for it, I guess. Like, but I just don't know like what that would look like in terms of what people want, right? I've seen a poll, but I don't know from where. Well, if you can, well, again, like the polling right now, like I don't think that like most of the major orgs are going to be getting those poll numbers because they're not in the race, right? Now I could be wrong just because like I'm not a pollster yet, right? But seriously though, like I don't know if that would be a question that they ask on average. Does that make sense? Or am I feel like she'd get up there, try to joke, wouldn't quite be funny, so everyone's just kind of looking at you? Yes, dude. Bro, I have a friend like that right now. Their parent, every time I go over to their house, I love him to death. He is an excellent human being. But like sometimes I just want to like go in and we're like I go over to my friend's house because they have a recording setup for music stuff. And every time I go over to try and like record music, and then we eventually start playing Gears of War afterwards, of course, because but every time I go over there, it's a very long conversation about everything. And it's like, man, after, but when I first get there, please let me have some peace. Okay, please let me watch this, and then we will talk more about like the polling elsewhere. All right.
News from the North Carolina governor's race here for the lieutenant governor. The Republican Mark Robinson says, quote, "Some folks need killing." Now, I encourage you to watch the full context of the video that contains this clip. The clip of Mark Robinson talking about how political violence has long been utilized and violence in general.
All right. Just so that we're super clear on it, let's go ahead and look up. What's his name? Mark Robinson. Let's just look up Mark Robinson on YouTube, see if we can find that clip. I do not fear you. Oh my God. According to them, I hate everybody. I don't care what these blue-haired freaks say. I do not fear you. Really? There's not one like... Let's see. Mark Robinson. Some people. Oh, it's at that.
You know, there's a time when we used to meet evil on the battlefield, and guess what we did to it? We killed it. We didn't quibble about it. We didn't argue about it. We didn't fight about it. We killed it. When the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, what did we do? We flew to Japan. And we killed the Japanese Army and Navy. We didn't even quibble about it. I didn't start this fight. You did. You wanted to be left alone. You should have left me alone. We didn't argue and capitulate and talk about, well, maybe we shouldn't fight the Nazis that hard. No, they're bad. Kill them. Some liberal somewhere is going to say that sounds awful. Too bad.
You're talking about killing your fellow countrymen, so yeah, it does sound really bad. Yeah, it does sound really bad. Sorry, like, oh, someone's going to say, yeah, I might have just talked about raping every person's child that I disagree with. And some people might say that sounds bad, but too bad, liberal. Come the fuck on.
Get mad at me if you want to. Some folks need killing. It's time for somebody to say it.
Jesus.
It's not a matter of
Christ.
vengeance. It's not a matter of being mean.
It's actually both of those. It's actually you're both being mean and you're like seeking vengeance. You're doing both of those things factually.
Or spiteful. It's a matter of necessity. We have wicked people doing wicked things, torturing.
What are you gonna do? You gonna round us all up? You gonna do it yourself there, Tubby? Like, what the fuck?
Murdering and raping. It's time to call out those guys in green and go have them handled. Or those boys in blue and have them go handle it.
He's literally just talking about weaponizing the army and the police to go and kill political rivals. I want to say this, and I want you guys to like really hold on to this. The MAGA people right now, they are like, this is something that I would have gotten mad at lefties a couple of, not even that long ago. I would have gotten mad at them for like fear mongering about this sort of shit. But when they're like this open about it, I think that we can now we can say like these motherfuckers actually would fucking kill you. Like if they had like full power, they unironically would. People like that winning their primaries, winning in their state. These people are fucking insane. And it is insanely fucking scary. Like I not like personally scary, like, oh no, they're gonna come after me. It's like scary in a well, I don't know what the fuck we're going to do if this becomes the new norm. I don't know what the future looks like if this is what the new norm is. It's completely up in the air. It's completely up in the air. After the Supreme Court ruling, which despite all the fucking conservatives' arguments that I've seen and tried to, listen to for the past couple of, couple of days since that Supreme Court ruling came out, I don't want to like sit here and live in a, terrified world of, oh, the Republicans are coming for me, right? But like, or like live in this world where I'm like fear-mongering or spreading fear-mongering rhetoric, right? I don't want to be that person. I don't want to live in that world. I'd like to tell people how it is, not how it feels like it might be. But this is about as close as you can get to this is how it is. They like unironically would just like start shooting people as you could possibly get. Oh, you should watch it and then watch the AI press conference? Watch what?
In times of war, and what many people see as a
Am I still voting for Biden? I mean, like, after everything, like, yeah, like, did I just like close out everything? No. Okay. Jesus Christ. I clicked off. I thought I closed my fucking stream. Let me see here. That's fine. Where's my chat? There's one chat. There's the other. Nothing has changed for me in terms of who I am or who I am not voting for. Like, I'm still going to vote for Biden. Don't have any. I don't feel like I. Oh God, Sondsol, no. I mean, like, listen. Here's the thing. I don't know why you would say, "Oh well, Biden's old, so now we gotta vote for Trump." Like. Yeah, I think I just like clicked on something and it made everything disappear. Anyways, like, if you can give me like a specific reason not to vote for Biden, like, go for it. But the reasons why I'm voting for Biden aren't because I want a strong man in office. It's not because I am scared of him dying in office. Like, I that wouldn't change my mind. I'm trying to think of a single thing right now that, when presented with the alternative of Trump, that I would ever say, yeah, no, I'm not voting for Biden. I'm not voting for Trump, though. Well, you kind of have two options at the end of the day. Like, I appreciate the sentiment that we want there to be third parties, but at the end of the day, you kind of have two options. Like, yesterday when I again, I'm gonna brag about this until I fucking die. I got my first tattoo yesterday, motherfuckers. And the tattoo artist, he was talking about fucking politics with me. Or he started a conversation about politics, and I just agreed with everything he said so that I didn't have to interact with that because he was saying stupid fucking shit. But fuck, I totally lost my. How's it going, Meow? You're doing a lot of assumption. Sorry, I am doing a lot of assumption, but also, to be fair to me, you are just text on a screen, and so it's kind of hard to have that back and forth quick conversation. I mean, like, if you want to call in and talk to me on Discord, you're more than welcome to. I have all night, but they're addictive. Before you know it, you'll have 4 or 5 in a year. Yeah, I think that the big thing was I just needed to get my first tattoo because I've wanted tattoos for fucking ever. But I'm super fucking paranoid, or I was paranoid, that there would be like just like one slight thing off that would completely brain fuck me, you know? I was, that's something that I was concerned about, but now, well, I got me my 713 tattoo. H Tyne, hold it down. So I'll probably have more tattoos like pretty soon. It's just, But yeah, Mr. Aaron Small. Bro, do you need a kidney? No, that time has passed, all right? That was the kidney arc was 2 months ago, okay? No. Almost 2 months ago. Oh, you're just talking about Grand Theft Auto. Okay. When the fuck is that supposed to be released? I thought you were talking about my fucking surgery the other day. Anyways, we're getting like way off kilter. But yeah, Aaron Small, if you want to jump into the Discord and talk about it, I'm more than willing to. I'm chilling. I'm not like in a fighting mood yet. So if you get ones, it's enjoyable. I have one when I was in the army, free-handed by this old artist, amazing. Only made me pay for the supplies. Yeah, no, like, here's the thing. Mine, I was so spooked about getting the tattoo, right? I was so spooked. And Tron, speaking of Tron in chat, how's it going? Said that the number font wasn't good, so I got super nervous. But I think that now that I have it, now that I can see it on my arm, I think it's pretty cool. You know, like let me see. It's in a difficult position to show to stream because of the camera position, but you know, it's just a small little, you know, small little 713. And I think the number font is kind of cool, in my personal opinion. Any good segments? Bro, we basically just started, okay? No stencil? Yeah, no, I wouldn't have done that. I didn't specifically look at the 7, 1, and 3. Yeah, no, I like it. And it's kind of like, kind of has like a Houston vibe to it, you know? Politics fall in money and I fall in problem? Wait, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Meow. Sorry about that, but click the link for segment. Well, remind me, I want to watch this because we just watched this guy say some absolute fucking wild shit. All right? Now you're never going to get a job in politics? So true. All right.
Hey guys, welcome back to today's video. Today is Friday, July 5th, 2024, and after a week of constant conversation on the presidential level talking about the high-level Trump versus Biden, or potentially a Trump versus Harris matchup in this upcoming November election, I've decided today to talk about some pressing news from the North Carolina governor's race here, where the lieutenant governor, the Republican Mark Robinson, says, quote, "Some folks need killing." Now, I encourage you to watch the full context of the video that contains this clip. The clip of Mark Robinson talking about how political violence has long been utilized, and violence in general in times of war, and what many people see as a second American Revolution. A lot of the...
I don't know how anybody could try to spin the statement that we should get rid of people, like other people in our country. Like, that's insane, right? Like, I don't know how you could read his statement any other way.
About, well, maybe we shouldn't fight the Nazis that hard. No, they're bad. Kill them. Some liberal somewhere is going to say that sounds awful. Too bad.
Hold on.
We didn't even quibble about it. We didn't quibble about it. We didn't argue about it. We didn't fight about it. We killed it. When the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, what did we do? We flew to Japan. And we killed the Japanese Army and Navy. We didn't even quibble about it. I didn't start this fight. You did. You wanted to be left alone. You should have left me alone. We didn't argue and capitulate and talk about, well, maybe we shouldn't fight the Nazis that hard. No.
Keep in mind that the people that he's the angriest at, like, given this guy's history, is the gays. The gays and the transes. That's who this guy is, like, has his big political, you know, angry moment over for the past couple of years that he's been in politics. I think it started off with gun rights, but now he fucking hates the gays. And he's just talking about killing people.
They're bad. Kill them. Some liberal somewhere is going to say that sounds awful. Too bad.
They're on board for that because he says some liberal is going to hate that. And we're totally triggering the libs, which is the entirety of, you know, Republican politics right now is just, what can we do that would piss off the Democrats? So they're all seal clapping, but keep listening.
Get mad at me if you want to. Some folks need killing. It's time for somebody to say it. It's not a matter of vengeance. It's not a matter of being mean or spiteful. It's a matter of necessity. We have wicked people doing wicked things, torturing and murdering and raping. It's time to call out those guys in green and go have them handle it. Or those boys in blue and have them go handle it.
I'd love to hear. I thought that there was a little bit of silence after that. I'd love to hear what their reaction to that one was, where he is explicitly saying that he wants to use the military and the cops to kill liberals and gays. I wanna see what their reaction was, because it's equal probability on either side. Like either they're very uncomfortable with it, but they'll still vote for the motherfucker because those evil demon rats might allow gays to like be openly gay in school, right? Do we have any on the way? Jesus Christ. Inbound, cool. How's it going, Front Yard Chillin'? Sounds like an old, bitter man to me, but he's not even that old. I don't believe you're interested. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not anything against you, and it's not anything against your buddies. It's just like, I don't think that's the spot for me. And I think that you'd probably get pretty upset with me after a couple of days of me being in there, if we're completely honest. All right, buddy? Didn't he deny the Holocaust? He denied the Holocaust. He said that the Nazis had some points. He said some absolutely fucking wild shit in his time, dude. But they're still going to vote for him.
Conversation we've been seeing had from the Heritage Foundation around the Project 2025 movement, calling it the...
And we're going to we might look at Project 2025 today. I feel like if we're going to look at it, then we're going to have to like read the whole fucking thing, which is a not super exciting prospect. But
Second American Revolution that will remain bloodless, if the left allows it to be, combined with comments like this one, have started to recirculate as this conversation that the Republican Party has been pushing around violence related to things like January 6th, and violence related to our elections and our political process. Now, Mark Robinson is no stranger to controversial takes. He embraces it in full effect. Recent articles can show you that in the past, he downplayed allegations, downplayed things related to sexual assault, sexual abuse, anything related to domestic violence. Mark Robinson has not been there to meet that moment and has downplayed it at every step of the way. He also said that some women need to keep their skirt down, so they shouldn't be getting abortions. He makes comments that are so outlandish that they immediately become advertisements, and yet he remains to be one of the top placed Republicans in the state of North Carolina. On top of that, an article released earlier on this year found out that Mark Robinson believed that we should go back to the America where women couldn't vote. One quick look at his Wikipedia page will reveal everything you need to know about the comments and the remarks, and just generally the controversies that Mark Robinson has been in. Anti-Semitic remarks, Holocaust denial, anti-gay and transphobic comments, other controversial remarks. The list goes on and on and on. And so Mark Robinson, for all intents and purposes, is probably one of the least electable Republicans in the state of North Carolina for this governor election. And it looks like he is only piling on. By giving the Democratic Party such large ammunition to weaponize against him in this election, it makes him that much less likely to end up winning. Now, he didn't come into this race as the automatic favorite, but he did come into this race with a lot of name recognition, someone who was well known across the state, largely because of controversy, but still as the incumbent lieutenant governor. He's running against Josh Stein, who is the incumbent attorney general who won re-election back in 2020. And so for a while, this has been just Josh Stein, the attorney general, versus the lieutenant governor, the two top elected statewide officials besides the incumbent governor, who cannot run for re-election. It's a Democrat, Roy Cooper, here, and it looks like this showdown is going to be quite interesting. Now, what I've seen in all this conversation around the North Carolina governorship is that somehow this race is still competitive. And I think that largely is because the polling system as we know it is not, in fact, as accurate as we otherwise might think. Here's the head-to-head matchup between Josh Stein and Mark Robinson in the state of North Carolina. If anyone ever asks you why you may not trust the polls, I'd ask you to direct them to this page here of a 2024 North Carolina governor matchup between Mark Robinson and Josh Stein. Because voters in the state of North Carolina do not approve of Mark Robinson. And yet the average here seems to suggest that 18% of the state is largely undecided. While governor elections are very infrequently polled, I mean, they aren't the most polled or most covered or whatever it might be type of election that people are focused on in a presidential year, they still matter. And they can still have up-ballot effects, meaning they can positively impact either President Biden or former President Trump.
All right. Because you're, what would you do in the Discord that would make me upset, be a troll? Well, possibly. I don't know what I would do. I don't want to sound racist because I'm not. However, realistically, Black Americans are disproportionately prone to this kind of stupid asshole thinking. No, they're actually not. I don't know where you get the idea that Black people are disproportionately prone to this kind of thinking, but this is a Republican running for the governor's office in North Carolina. That's your people, all right, buddy? That's your people. Can't get mad. Oh, that's way too many. Let's go to 3. He's not my people. I don't like all Republicans. Well, you say disproportionately conspiracy theorists. But you love conspiracy theorists. That's your like bread and butter. Not because you are necessarily conspiracy theorists, but because you listen to conspiracy theorists. Anyways, let's keep listening.
But right now, with Josh Stein being ahead by 0.2%, it isn't all bad news for Democrats. Donald Trump currently leads Joe Biden by 6.7% across the state, and so you're seeing roughly a 7-point swing between the North Carolina governor election and the presidential election. But overall here, Josh Stein, I can tell you with full certainty, is far ahead more than 0.2%. And I'm reminded of the 2022 governor election in the state of Pennsylvania, that at this point in time 2 years ago, if we were to look at the July 5th numbers, Governor Josh Shapiro, who was then the Attorney General, the parallels here are quite interesting, then Attorney General, was ahead of Doug Mastriano by just 2.9%. Now, here's what I know. Back then, we knew Doug Mastriano was as extreme and far right as he ended up being on Election Day. He made comments very similar to the one we saw Mark Robinson make very early on in the race. And yet, nobody seemed to care. It seemed that this governor race was going to just happen to be competitive because Pennsylvania was a state that Trump won in 2016 and Biden won in 2020, and neither of them won by more than 2 points. And so it was fundamental.
I have no idea who Terrence Howard or Billy Carson are on Joe Rogan. I don't watch Joe Rogan ever.
A swing state, and so it would be. Until it wasn't. Until more people started to realize. Doug Mastriano attended January 6th. We knew this going into the primary.
How's it going?
The Democratic Governors Association
XXX Tenta. How the fuck do you say that guy's name anyway? I've never understood how to say that guy's name.
Funded Doug Mastriano's campaign. You heard that correctly. The Democratic Governors Association and Democrats nationally funded Doug Mastriano in the primary. Why? Because he was a January 6th attendee, state senator running for governor. Donald Trump backed him, and what happened? He ended up losing. But in the early stages, nobody knew, or it seemed like nobody knew. The early polls suggested that this race again was going to be exceptionally competitive, despite it very much seeming like Josh Shapiro was on track for a very solid victory. But we looked past that. In all of my 2022 governor election ratings, I almost always had Pennsylvania as a likely blue state, even at times where the polls suggested that Josh Shapiro would win by just 2 points. Well, fast forward, the polls started to expand because the Democrats did a very good job at characterizing Doug Mastriano for the person that he was. He may be someone that you agree with on policy or disagree with policy, but the Democratic Party really only elevated the comments that he made. The same thing we are seeing now. Yes, Mark Robinson said some folks need killing. Yes, Mark Robinson also said a lot of the other things that he's being accused of. A lot of these news articles aren't being birthed out of nowhere, but because this is probably one of the worst GOP picks Republicans could have across the country. And there are detrimental impacts of doing things like this. Remember Trump's picks back in 2022? Just 10 of them out of the 21, where he had risky picks, meaning he endorsed someone in a swing state. We're not looking at, safe seats. We're not looking at safe Republican seats where primaries were the consideration here. We're looking at general elections. 21 races that were rated by Politico as competitive, as risky picks. Less than half ended up winning. When it comes down to the Senate races here, in the toss-up races, Ron Johnson was the only one who won. Dr. Oz lost. Blake Masters lost. Herschel Walker lost. He got it right with J.D. Vance and Ted Budd, but both of them had closer races than what it should have been. Ron Johnson was the only real strong performance there, and even then underperformed the polls by 3 to 4 points. When it came down to the House races, in none of the lean Democratic seats did his candidates win. In none of the toss-up seats did his candidates win. And just 6 out of the 7 in his lean Republican column ended up winning. Why does this matter? The problem here is that we are back in this toss-up column, where only 1 Senate seat went to him, and 0 of the House seats went to him. In the governor elections, too, I'm surprised they're not covering this, too, but you can see it in the governor's races. We can go ahead and take a look. Places like Josh Shapiro, where Donald Trump handpicks the nominee there. Carrie Lake, where Donald Trump handpicked the nominee here. You can see it. Didn't endorse Brian Kemp. That was a big thing. Brian Kemp still ended up winning. Derek Schmidt, Trump's pick in Kansas, lost. Paul LePage, Trump picks in Maine, lost. Tudor Dixon, Trump's pick in Michigan, lost. Joe Lombardo was the only real success here for Donald Trump. In New Mexico, lost there. Lee Zeldin, lost. Kristen Trace.
Wait, Joe Lombardo? Wasn't that a... Wasn't he like a football player or some shit? No. I'm thinking of someone else. Vince Lombardo? Lombardi? Sports figure. Bardo. Lombardi? I guess it's Vince Lombardi. Why did I always think that it was fucking... Okay, whatever.
Lost. Doug Mastriano lost. Greg Abbott was in a safe red state anyway, did well, but his narrowest performance of any election that he ran with. And Tim Michaels, endorsed by Trump, lost. Donald Trump doesn't have a good track record because the company that he keeps, in terms of who he endorses, often comes embroiled in scandal. And while that was something that was not a problem for him, remember all the scandals Donald Trump came into in the 2016 election? None of that seemed to matter to the swing state voters in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. The 3 states that without them, Hillary Clinton would be running for, finishing off potentially a second term or would have ran for a second term in 2020. Mark Robinson represents a lot of what the Republican Party really tries to push away. But that is also his big problem. They love him, but they hate what he stands for, seemingly on the national level. They reject all of these things on an individual basis when you ask them, do you support that anybody supports that needs killing? No. Do you believe that women should have kept their skirt down when you talk to them about abortion? No. But when it comes down to the candidates that they back, the answer is yes. That's our guy. He's going to be the one who takes on the Democrats in North Carolina and wins. Newsflash, he won't. Again, I look at these 2024 polls very often with a grain of salt because I feel very jaded after the 2022 midterms where I was sold on this promise, a promise that I led into and believed wholeheartedly that the polls never underestimate Republicans. And I did think that there were some individual states, right? Nevada was always one that underestimated Democrats. I believe this idea that they never underestimated Democrats, I rather meant to say. Nevada was one of the states where I thought that was an anomaly, but I didn't think it could happen to the scale that it did in 2022. And so now the same pollsters are coming out and saying, all of a sudden, these races are back to being just as competitive. Well, I genuinely do not like that narrative because I don't think that it is true. You look at the things that the Republican Party has now associated with them in North Carolina, and while I do think Trump does lead Biden in North Carolina, in no reality is Josh Stein just winning by 0.2. We are seeing a very similar scenario to what we saw with Shapiro and Mastriano in that the race at face value might seem competitive. And because voters don't know as much about Mark Robinson between, the time the poll was taken and the months leading up to it because we aren't in the full swing of the general election season. But we're about to be. After Labor Day is when voters really start to become very politically cognizant. That is what we've known about American politics is that it's those final 3 months of the campaign season that are make or break.
What do you think main reason people get abortion other than rape and incest? Probably they're just not ready for having a child yet. That's probably, they don't want a child. They do not have the either cognitive ability yet because they're young, or maybe that's generally what you're going to find. I've known how many people that have gotten abortions. I think 2 people that have had to get abortions. One was because the girl was trying to get out of an abusive relationship, and the dude would take away her birth control, and so he put a baby in her so that she couldn't leave. But she left anyway, and we had to help her get her shit and drive up with a fucking crew to this guy's house and grab all of her shit while he's just cuck sitting in the corner because he realizes that he can't fight, however many, 5 or 6 dudes that came to help her leave. And we went from there and helped her remove her shit into a little shit ass apartment. And then 2 days later, someone drove her to an abortion clinic. So that was one. And then the other one was just she was fucking 19 years old and she was never going to be a good mother. I don't know what she's doing now, but she was not going to be a good mother. She was going to fuck that kid up. She knew it. Everybody knew it. Can we watch them? No, we're not watching any philosophy stuff today. Majority of abortions happen to women with kids. Is that true? I didn't know that.
Break for any presidential campaign. And so it's those times where Democrats really get into crunch mode. Republicans really get into crunch mode. And in North Carolina, they don't have much to campaign on. Mark Robinson has fully embraced many of the comments he has made. Even Donald Trump shies away from some of the more extreme things he is caught saying on tape, some of the more extreme things he's caught saying on Twitter, some of the more extreme takes he's had in decades past. Mark Robinson is unapologetic. Even in the statement he made yesterday saying that some folks need killing, he said some liberal out there is going to be upset. Now, I'm not looking at this from a partisan lens, but I can tell you, I think there's far more than just liberals who don't like language like this. This is not the language becoming of somebody who should be the next governor of North Carolina at face value. That's what voters are going to look at here. And it damages the Republican Party up and down the ballot. Because I remember the Pennsylvania governor's race for a reason, because Josh Shapiro largely helped people like John Fetterman get across that finish line in the Senate race in Pennsylvania. Now, John Fetterman likely still would have won against Dr. Oz, but it certainly helps when you have a down-ballot governor's race doing very well, where voters are getting out there and saying, I'm excited to vote for Josh Shapiro on the governor's level because Doug Mastriano is so crazy. That is how many voters approach this election. And as a consequence, the Republican Party built up this brand identity, an identity that they were too extreme, very often focused and associated with President Trump, very often associated with the more extremist values. And now with all this conversation around Agenda 47, around Project 2025, Republicans are not in a position.
Agenda 47? What is Agenda 47? Agenda 47. Is a package of proposals that Republican candidate Donald Trump states he would implement if elected as the 47th president of the United States. According to the Trump campaign, it's the only official, comprehensive, and detailed look at what President Trump will do when he returns to the White House. Okay. Did they release an agenda that's not just a copy and paste of their 2016 agenda? How was the move? We haven't moved yet. This past week I've been packing, and the move is going to happen on the 18th, so we have 13 days, just under 2 weeks, and I will not be living anywhere near the White House. What the fuck? Do I look like I have enough money? I'm wearing a wife beater and a cat kimono. Do I look like I have the kind of fucking money to afford a house in DC proper, my guy? Please. Speaking of which, if you like my stream, if you like my content, please consider super chatting or using the Stream Elements donation link in the description of the YouTube video. All right, that would be really helpful. If you're on Kick, getting memberships or gifting memberships is a really good way to help me out in a super big, significant way. All right, so.
Where they can argue that their plans and their proposals are not extreme. Because Democrats are winning the messaging war when it comes down to party platforms. Democrats very clearly have a more popular party.
It's not that it's if it's sufficiently short. It's if it's something that interests me. You can always link something to me in DMs, but if it's not interesting to me, then I'm not going to watch it.
Platform, and that's because people like Mark Robinson exist.
I won't survive a Trump presidency. I don't think if they're going to go after anyone, they're going to go after, people in the administrative state or people who are bigger. All right. I have maybe 1,600 subscribers on YouTube. I think I'm fine.
This association, and Donald Trump has done many rallies with Mark Robinson, this association could do damage to Trump in North Carolina. He is right now pretty much benefiting from the fact that President Biden is unpopular nationwide and down in the head-to-head polls against Donald Trump in the head-to-head matchup when you come down to just the national level, running about 4 points better than what Trump is doing there. But, when you look at that, you say, North Carolina, at some point, depending on the trajectory of this race, if Biden is to make...
Sorry, I totally forgot, and I wasn't even listening, so I have to scroll back anyway. But Agenda 47. Let's see here. Blah, 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 blah. In a series of videos with Trump outlining each proposal, Project 2025 has, as of June 2024, reportedly caused some frustration in the Trump campaign, which prefers fewer and more vague policy proposals to limit opportunities for criticism and maintain flexibility. Jesus Christ, my guy. Really? Tell us what you want to do. Okay. The plans include constructing freedom cities on empty federal land. Please tell me that's not real. Investing in flying car manufacturing. Introducing baby bonuses to encourage a baby boom. Implementing protectionist trade policies. And over 40 others. 17 of them. Only 17 of them would require congressional approval? such as ending birthright citizenship. That's so fucking stupid. Blue Anon, this is the literal Donald Trump 2024 agenda. Nair. It's on their campaign website. It's what they are preferring to push over Project 2025. Shut the fuck up. Also, I love you, Nair, and I love my conservatives or centrist conservatives. All right. Surely it isn't taken out of context. Sure, you know what? We can totally go into their thing right after we finish this video. But something that I'm going to have very, very, like, just like literally the smallest particle in the known universe level of patience for over the next couple of weeks are going to be either centrists or Republicans, or even fucking like literally anyone doing the, listen, it's not as bad as you think, all right? It's not as bad as you think. You're fear-mongering. You're fear-mongering. We all thought that Trump's presidency was going to be bad, but it was 10 times worse than what we thought it was going to be. We didn't go back to business as usual after those 4 years. Do you even love me? No, I don't love you, but I don't hate you. That's a very strange thing to say, Front Yard Shield. Pandemic? The pandemic was bad. What about the... You said you loved conservatives? Oh, I got you. Okay. I realize that you are joking. Okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell when you're joking, okay? What was I saying? But like, Trump's presidency was worse than we could have ever imagined, both during his presidency and post the presidency, to the point where his Supreme Court that he fucking stacked with help from the Republicans before he was even elected literally gave the president God powers. If you care about liberty, if you care about like having checks and balances in the government as a conservative, you should fucking hate this guy. You should be sounding alarm bells too. But this is, it's actually fucking retarded bullshit. It is the most aggravating thing in the entire fucking world to, as often as possible, try to speak level-headed about the absolute insanity of conservatives. I don't always, let me be ultra fucking clear. I don't always meet my own standard of you know, being calm and collected. Well, why do you think that? You know, sometimes I'll be a little mean, and then sometimes I'll flip the fuck out like I did while watching that Tucker Carlson video last stream. But holy fucking shit, this is, we're actually in like the panic. We're in panic mode. Not because, oh no, Trump might win and we don't like Trump. It's because Trump might win and have like zero fucking restrictions on anything that he does. We've had a Republican-leaning Supreme Court for 50 years. I'm waiting for the courts to clarify the ruling. I won't pull into doomer mode. I'm not in doomer mode. But waiting for the courts to clarify the ruling, that's the scary fucking part. That's the scary part. Because ultimately, it can be appealed all the way up to the Supreme Court. I'm not upset that there's a Republican or a conservative-leaning Supreme Court. I'm mad that there is a Supreme Court that is specifically out to defend Trump as hard as possible. If you thought that that was an unbelievable amount of overreach, Front Yard Shield, you should be terrified of what the Supreme Court just allowed the president to do. That's all I'm saying. It's not a double standard. It was wrong to stack the Supreme Court, not a very noble moment. Well, that's the thing. I feel like, and maybe this is just a lot of like older people, you know, reminiscing on the past, and it wasn't like good before and now it's bad. Like I can only go based off of like my living memory, and since I've paid attention to politics, right? But like I feel like pre-Obama, Republicans did have much more honor. They were much more noble and principled about the position that they held, and the ways that they would conduct themselves in the Congress, in the Senate, and like politically. But like having a black president fucking broke their brain. And so like in like, at least since Obama, at least since I've like paid attention to politics, again, I'm not super old. I don't know. I don't know if there are things that happened in the past that were as bad as like McConnell and Ted Cruz saying, we're not even going to hold a hearing for your Supreme Court justice because we think that we're going to win the election and we want that Supreme Court pick. Unconfirmed reports Biden is stroking out on Air Force One. Continue coping. Well, link me something about that. The only thing that I think he's stroking out on Air Force One is stroking his dick inside and outside of your mom. But whatever. Todd, you're like one of the like evil fucking people that I have talked about like all day today, so I don't feel like dealing with you. Oh, Sondsol timed me out for a day. Oh, he's coping and seething. No, it's not coping and seething. It's just I don't want to get so fucking like ass mad at the like very obvious like pretense at we have the government and we actually care about democracy, blah 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 blah. I don't want to deal with that pretense right now. I'm not going to get sucked into an argument where people are saying that, like, actually, this is what the founders actually wanted, and we're actually the real Americans. You should, unironically, kill yours. Still can't say that on YouTube. But unironically, you should. The world would be a better place. I think they saw like 15 things come down the pipeline that were progressive policies that turned their foundational existence into quicksand. I don't even know what it was. I think that, you know, as time goes on and we get more access and more hindsight and more, you know, understanding of all the things that happened all at once at that one specific time, the further out we are from it, the more we'll be able to see exactly what happened. But I am so curious to see. Some Zims are dumb as fuck, though. Yeah, those people are fucking ridiculous, too. Yeah, obviously. Front Yard Shield, I want you to know that, like, you have all these like nice things to say about being principled. You have all these nice things to say about having like your axiomatic grounding, like, you know, completely fixed, and you know exactly how to answer any moral question that someone asks you because, you know, you have such a strong foundational moral, you know, whatever. Anything that you say in regards to liberty and in regards to democracy, you are lying. You don't actually believe in democracy if you unironically think that the Republicans are doing good things right now for like a healthy democracy. Yeah, I know. I saw something about this earlier today, and the Agenda 47, like his like specific platform that we were going over earlier or beginning to, even says, although Trump's campaign initially embraced other ideas like Project 2025, Project 2025 as of June 2024 reportedly caused some frustration in the Trump campaign, which prefers fewer and more vague policy proposals to limit opportunities for criticism and to maintain flexibility. Oh, fuck. I hate the fucking paywalls, man. All right. Anyways, let's finish this video.
Very clearly have a more popular party platform, and that's because people like Mark Robinson exist. This association, and Donald Trump has done many rallies with Mark Robinson, this association could do damage to Trump in North Carolina. He is right now pretty much benefiting from the fact that President Biden is unpopular nationwide and down in the head-to-head polls against Donald Trump in the head-to-head matchup when you come down to just the national level, running about 4 points better than what Trump is doing there. But, you know, when you look at that, you say, North Carolina, at some point, depending on the trajectory of this race, if Biden is to make up ground, as well at the second debate, as well at the convention, these are things that are very real realities. If this happens, North Carolina could go back into play. Now, I do think we will still find that Republicans win North Carolina on election day this November in the presidential race. And the governor's race is entirely different. I'd also look at it from the lens of things that matter far outside of just the presidential race. The state superintendent race. When you have a Republican there who called for the public execution of former President Obama. I kid you not, look into it. It is real. It has happened.
Jesus
it was
Christ,
leaked.
I forgot about
problems with the North Carolina GOP, and they have yet to confront it here. With all these calls of President Biden to take a step back because of the things that are happening outside of his circle, Mark Robinson is directly responsible for the entire reason why he will lose. At face value, a lieutenant governor who won back in 2020 because of no media scrutiny on the race should do well in a governor's race because of the fact that in theory they should be vetted. In theory they should be strong. In theory they should have the governing experience for voters to feel comfortable with them being the next governor. But it is point after point after point that makes him seem so unlikable and makes him uniquely so unelectable in an otherwise very competitive battleground state that Republicans almost always win. We are seeing flashbacks to what we saw in 2022 in some of these states, and North Carolina is a perfect example. A race that in theory should be competitive, that the polls are suggesting and promising to us is in fact competitive. But when Democrats end up winning here by 5, 6, 7 points, we will have known for months now.
I don't care about democracy. We're a constitutional republic. I'm sorry. This is so fucking retarded. Why do people keep on saying this stupid fucking line? We're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. What do you think a republic is? It's a form of fucking democracy. Oh, I just realized. I read the rest of that now. I read the rest of that now. I don't want to deal with you today. I'm sorry. I don't like. You know, I'll do an hour. Just like let me breathe for the love of fucking God. Here's the fucking thing. I moved away from calling people like evil demons, you know, like the Vosh shit that I criticize on a fairly regular basis. Okay. Fairly regular basis. I've moved away from that because it's not helpful, right? It's not helpful for your message. It's not helpful for, you know, like the health of the country, whatever the fuck, like however you want to like go about talking about whether it's a good thing or a bad thing to say this. It's not good. I can't think of a single way in which I could even cope that it's good. Hey, Testy, thank you for the membership. I appreciate that, my guy. By the way, if you guys want to help me out, especially during my move, right now is a great time to become a member on the YouTube. It really would. It really, really unironically would help me out a ton. All right. But I've moved away from that language. I've moved away from those types of attacks on people because, man, it's not helpful for anybody. It's not helpful for anybody. Right. At the same time, let's be fucking real. When there are people that are talking about, like this guy that we're watching the video about, killing political opposition because, you know, you just don't like them very much. They don't fit with what you personally want to see happen in your country. Killing your political opposition, openly calling for it, and saying this might make some people mad. This might make some libtards mad, but some people need to be killed. And maybe we need to get the boys in blue or the little boys in green and make that happen. At a certain point, you got to say, hey, man, this is a fucking deranged. Members to the credits, that's a good idea. That's not a bad idea at all. But I'm starting to see these people as evil again. Not okay, these people have disagreements. Oh, they've been lied to. Like, at a certain point, call a fucking spade a spade. If you're unironically saying that we should kill the political opposition, if you're unironically saying that, like, some people need to be killed, if you're supporting anybody that does, or if you're even supporting a party that won't disavow those people, maybe you think that some part of it's good. If you think that, like, what the Supreme Court ruled the other day was a good thing, you're lost, man. You're lost. No, I don't think that every Republican is evil. No, I don't think that every Republican is like a demon in a skin suit, you know? Can't do that, Testy. Can't do it. But, like, if you actually think that, you're a bad fucking person. You're, like, unironically the reason that this country is going to fail. This country is on a path to fail, not because of the liberal Democrats. They're on a path to fail because people are saying insane, fucking crazy, dumb bullshit like that. Like, we should, attack our political opposition. We should harm them. We should take as much power as we possibly can for ourselves. Like, I just don't get it. How you don't realize that you're violating your own principles. All right, let's keep going.
The Democrats were never going to lose this governor race, and that the decision to nominate Mark Robinson...
I've talked to some stupid fucking conservatives the past 2 weeks. See, like, even though, like, it triggers the fuck out of me sometimes that you'll, in my opinion, like, downplay something that I think is really bad or something like that. Like, you are a reasonable conservative. There are things that you think that I don't think, and I'm fine with that. I don't care if someone's a conservative. I don't care if someone's a fucking Republican. I don't care, like, on average, right? That's not something that's like a mortal fucking sin in my eyes. What is a mortal fucking sin in my eyes is seeing what is happening right now and not fucking calling it out, which, to Nayar's credit, I do think that Nayar is calling shit out. But, like, God fucking damn. We're on the fucking precipice right now. We're in, like, the worst fucking spot this country has ever been in terms of, like, losing what is near and dear to us. That's where we're at. And that's scary. It's really scary. Check the tweet. It's related.
Working with all of them on one project.
Here's Project 2025 leader Kevin Roberts saying Donald Trump gets full credit for creating Project 2025 and will enact it if he wins. I mean, Trump seems to is trying to distance himself from it. This was posted today, but, like, it doesn't make the other stuff any better because we read his other policy, or at least a few of his policy proposals on the other one, and it was pretty fucking stupid.
We've been working with all of them on one project since soon after Joe Biden took the oath of office, before any conservative presidential candidates had even entered the race. As my friend and colleague Paul Dans...
I'm sorry, say it again. Sorry, buddy.
We've been working with all of them on one project since soon after Joe Biden took the oath of office, before any conservative presidential candidates had even entered the race. As my friend and colleague Paul Dans before talked about briefly, our Project 2025 has developed a comprehensive policy agenda, but even more importantly, recruiting people, 20,000 people to go into the next administration, hopefully, to help take back this country for you and for your audiences. We want no credit. We want the American people, if President Trump is elected again, President Trump and his administration, to take credit for that. But it will also be a great sign if all of this is successful, that in fact, as we know in our prayer time, but maybe not every time when we're watching the news, that the Lord is still smiling upon America. We've been working with all of them on one project since soon after Joe Biden took the oath of office, before any conservative presidential candidates had even entered the race.
Okay.
Put it on the line. You see, you have it too far forward. That's right. Contestants who lost years ago will write and say, I want the car. You didn't let me put the ball there. There you are. She's not a golfer. She's an engineer.
Maybe she is a golfer.
Ella.
She meant to do that. All right. We're finishing the fucking video.
Was what put the final nail in the coffin for Republicans in the governor's race in North Carolina. Because Democrats have had 8 years of Democratic control in the governorship. 8 years since 2016. Since Trump won the state against Hillary Clinton by 4 points. We saw the Democrats win the governor's race then. Trump won it again in 2020. Democrats won. Now in 2024, Trump will probably win it. Democrats will also win it. And yet we are being told this story and sold on this idea. The Democrats are somehow just ahead by 0.2%. I promise you, I don't believe it. I don't think you should either. And we will see that this is likely, and I believe this because we've seen it happen, and this feels like a very interesting story, that we are finding Democrats just narrowly ahead in a race that probably should be far more pro-Dem. And I think we will see that. I think I will be right on this, and I think we can see it on Election Day. I'm getting redundant because I am trying to say all, but I promise you that it will happen because American politics is so weird that things can happen completely outside of our expectations. But this is how I see the race right now. With the recent comments from Mark Robinson, I don't have faith in him if I was a Republican. If I was looking at this from the North Carolina GOP's front, I would have considered a far better nominee from the earlier on stages. But obviously, that doesn't end up happening, and replacing a nominee doesn't often happen, thinking about everything else in context. North Carolina right now, Republicans are not going to win. Mark Robinson was the wrong guy for the wrong moment for the wrong time. He's not going to win against Josh.
Well, let's just pray that like the Trump doesn't help him down ballot, because that's fucking crazy. All right, let's see here. What else did we have loaded up? We got through that. We'll go ahead and just make that this. I want to hold on. I want to save to my watch later on that one. Project 2025. Can I open it in a new tab and zoom in? Yes. Abortion. Reverse the FDA's approval of abortion medication. Invoke a 150-year-old defunct law called the Comstock Act to ban the shipment of abortion pills. I've heard of this. What was this? What was this in? Okay. Compel states to report the reason for every abortion performed within their borders. Allow states to ban employers from providing health benefits to cover abortion care. Withdraw from the UN Framework Convention. So it's basically every fucking crazy. Foreign aid. See support for international organizations that promote LGBTQ+. Remove all references to abortion, reproductive health, and sexual and reproductive rights from U.S. agency. Man, the abortion issue is so fucking stupid. I don't understand why people... First interview just wrapped up. Well, if you want to link it to me, we'll go into that. I don't understand why abortion is the issue that radicalizes people so fucking much. I don't get it. I genuinely, I don't fucking get it, man. Okay, 27 minutes. That's not bad. Hopefully it's not bad. We'll see if he's energetic here. The abortion pill ruling is funny. Yeah, the fact that they tried to like get the abortion pill, whatever it is, banned, and then even the conservative justices were like, wait, you don't even have standing. Like, how were you harmed in this? Were you ever forced to perform a procedure that you didn't want to? No. Were you ever forced to prescribe this when you didn't want to? No. How is this like? Where is the injury? Where is the damages? What is the like? It's possible that someone could possibly, have something that could pique our interest in banning this, but not through these means. Yeah, just because you don't like something doesn't give you standing to get rid of it. Yeah. Folks are passionate about, I understand the opposition to it. Yeah, here's my thing. I understand the opposition to it if you like personally have that feeling. But just like veganism, I'm not upset that people are vegan. I'm not upset that people are vegan. If they think that killing animals is a moral wrong, killing animals is morally wrong, that's fine. And for the most part, vegans tend to mind their own business, right? It's hard for people to have empathy with people who don't see a fetus as a human. They think you're killing an image of God. I am upset people are vegan. Okay. Well, that's your thing. But you wouldn't criminalize it, would you? No, don't criminalize the vegans. They'll turn militant, okay? Those people are crazy. But I'm totally on board with people not liking abortion. I understand, right? I understand the arguments for it. I understand both the emotional and the philosophical and the religious arguments against it. But God fucking damn. It's just something that I've never cared that much about, except for when people are trying to force other people to live in the way that they want them to live. I am a may Allah forgive me. I am a liberal, capital L liberal. And that means that as long as you're not fucking with me, as long as you're not restricting me from living the way that I want to live in a way that is, we have the social contract with the government, protection or safety versus freedom. We have that balancing act. I'm totally fine with all of that. I don't want to force people to get abortions if they don't want them. I don't want to force people to be gay or to, anything like that if they don't want to be fucking gay, right? You don't have to, there's no state mandated holiday where you must go and do fucking anything if you don't support that fucking thing that the government does. But God fucking damn, do the people that I argue with and the people that I hate the most in this fucking country, and this goes towards lefties too, they want to impose so much lifestyle shit onto other people. I wonder if you polled Republicans, lose democracy but fully ban abortion, they would choose ban abortion. Republicans do not care about democracy. Republicans right now do not care about democracy. Yeah, they would rather cede all power that they as fucking voting citizens have to get rid of abortion. It is the single most radicalizing fucking topic in American politics, has been for my entire life, basically. Followed shortly by fucking immigration. Followed short, very, very close, almost neck and neck with immigration would be probably opinions on the Iraq War. It's just things that I don't understand getting radicalized over. I understand getting radicalized over economic shit. Because you're poor and you can't afford, shit that would like greatly improve the quality of your life, right? Or like healthcare because someone or you yourself have been put into like massive medical debt, or you just like can't get a procedure done because it's too goddamn fucking expensive. That would greatly increase the quality of your life, but you can't get it because you don't have health insurance. I can understand that being a radicalizing thing. Abortion, when it's just something that you can avoid for your entire fucking life, you never have to participate in abortion ever. You never, like the shit with gay people and trans people, you can go your entire life without having to do anything LGBTQ related. They just exist in society. Immigration? If you live in fucking Iowa, if you live in fucking, Nebraska, it's probably just never going to fucking affect you. You'll see 3 Mexicans your entire fucking life. These are things I don't understand getting radicalized over. The Iraq War, maybe a little bit more. Maybe. But that was fucking 20 years ago. It's over. It's done. I think I've lost all of the radicalism in my body. Maybe this is the consequence of being old. I'm 28 years old. I'll turn 29 this year. Maybe I'm just getting old and I've lost the will to be a radical. Except for this radical fucking tattoo I got the other day. Am I right, fellas? But I don't know what the fuck it is. The only thing that I'm willing to be radical about is maintaining a system that is probably the best, with flaws, but the best system that you could ask for in a liberal democracy. That's at least one of the best. And if we're going to move in a direction, it should be towards improving the democratic system, not destroying it. Yeah, I'm going to the camps first. True denier. They would say it actually violates the Constitution, right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. All human rights depend on the right to life, so to them, you've already violated the spirit of the law. I understand the arguments, man. I just don't understand the radicalism that it breeds. I don't know. I'll say this. I've been like really, really black-pilled. Even before the Democratic debate on so much shit. Even before the Supreme Court decision, even before any of like the extra bad shit that's happened in the past 2 weeks. But my fucking God, where I'm at right now, I don't even know. Because on one hand, like there are people that are like, well, Biden needs to, wield this new power. If the Supreme Court says that the president is effectively a king that can't be, he's a king that can't be stopped, right? Can't be questioned. On one hand, I'm like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Wield the fucking power. If they want to play with fire, give them napalm. But unfortunately for me, I have fucking principles. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe you have to fight dirty when like fully 50% of the country is willing to like drive off a cliff while getting fucked in the ass by a geriatric fat fucking orange man, unironically orange man bad. They would like, I joked on the Discord the other day, maybe it was yesterday, that these Trump people, like the really hardcore Trump people, could literally walk in on Trump raping their child anally, blood seeping, and seal clap because they could find some way to like mental gymnastics it into being good for the country. I genuinely do fucking believe that. And if not them, maybe they would be the one that finally got snapped out of it because they finally see Trump's orange throbbing cock pumping in and out of their kid the same way that it was pumping in and out of Stormy Daniels. And maybe they would finally snap out of it. But all of their neighbors, all of their friends would be like, well, listen, George, you got to understand that's the price we pay for freedom. I truly think that. I truly think that. I don't know. I know where Democrats would draw the line. I don't know where Republicans will. So you can't say that? Actually, I can, because he was convicted of it, Fishy Pone. Also, how's it going? Fishy Pone, I'm 90% sure you're the person I'm thinking of. If so, please shoot me a message on Discord, because I'm leaving Houston forever in 13 days, and shoot me a message, all right? But relevant meme. Communism, fascism, liberalism, unironically based. Unironically based. Marshall on stage with Steel's Team 6 if he wins. Only thing Biden will wield is this. Fuck off. You sending me a fucking picture for ants, Nair? This is what we're doing now? I think that Biden should play the Imperial March, walking out with one of those with SEAL Team 6 when he's announcing that Trump has met with a horrible accident. Stop with the Michelle Obama, they go low, we go high. Well, that's the thing. In a fucking liberal democracy, Gas, that is what you're supposed to do. In a liberal democracy, you're supposed to play by rules. You're supposed to debate ideas and policy. For the past fucking goddamn week, I have been trying to think. I can't argue with a conservative on any policy. I can't argue with them on any fact. I can't argue with them on policy because Trump, as we read a minute ago, likes to keep his policies as vague as humanly possible. I can't argue with them on fact because no amount of facts in the world will break them out of this separate fucking reality that they live in. How do I, as someone that does genuinely care about the things that I talk about, which is why I can't do like much drama content, which is why I can't do the philosophy content that people link me, right? The reason I can't focus long term on any of those things is because I don't fucking care about it. I can't pretend to care about it long enough to even make it into content. But you know what I do care about is the basic fucking principles of our fucking country. I do care about the basic underlying principles by which we've operated for almost 250 years, but we're probably not at the pace that we're going at right now. We're probably not going to make it to that full 250. We're 1 year away. But unfortunately, 2024 is the year. 2024 is the year that we have the election. 250 is what, 2 years away? You can't argue against illiberalism. What I miss the socialists and the fascists, because when I argued with them, they didn't pretend to care about democracy. Actually, the socialists did, but like we could get into it and like talk about the democracy aspect. There is no avenue by which to change these people's minds. There is no avenue by which to show them that they're wrong. There is no avenue. And that's fucking terrifying. I back off on watching politics and content all day. Yeah, no, and I understand that. I totally understand that. Unfortunately, now I've locked myself in too deep. I should have gone with a general business degree instead of switching to political science. I should have. Because even if all the bad shit was happening, I'm a white guy, right? I could probably just like skate by. But because I have a political science degree, or I'm working on that, I almost got it. I'm locked in. I can't get out of this now. I have to fucking pay attention. They do genuinely think you are evil. And that's the fucking crazy thing, because under my conception of what it means to be a fucking American and what America fucking is they can do whatever the fuck they want as long as they're not forcing me to do something that I don't fucking want to do. No, I understand, Jerry, but like they would think that I'm evil too. They would don't get it fucking twisted, to quote everyone's favorite streamer Trainwrecks. Don't get it twisted. They probably would think that I'm actually fucking evil because I support trans people, like not getting, fucked with in the media all the fucking time, or harassed at school, or, shit like that. Democracy is not super important. It's not that difficult to argue against it. Okay, to be like, that's not what the conversation is. I would say democracy is super important. When you're saying democracy is not super important and it's not difficult to argue against it, I understand what you're trying to say. I do think democracy is super important. It's not difficult to argue against democracy. But it's also not difficult to argue against fascism or socialism or monarchism. I don't know who the quote is from, but the quote is, democracy is the worst form of government except for all the rest of them. You said previously, so I don't know exactly what you're referring, like, or like what point you're trying to get across. Like, I think it's super important. They seem to think it's important, but they don't care about democracy, and I do. Maybe there's just like a miscommunication, because Republicans, or just like even broadly conservatives, are constantly talking about democracy and how, like, we need a democracy and, blah, blah, blah. But you said you'd rather fight socialists because they don't pretend democracy matters to them. It's well, what I'm saying there is, when I was arguing with fascists and socialists, there was not this pretense or, this lying to themselves that they like democracy. Some socialists, yes, do lie to themselves and say that democracy is important, but they don't actually think that, because they would take away people's voting rights for basically no reason if they disagreed. So, but what I'm trying to say is, it's okay to be wrong. Oh, you're going to trigger the fuck out of me. I love it. You see progressivism on every box of cereal, every major corporation, business, education, and financial sector, while they see zero of their own values pushed. That's because the values that, like, I would think that they're trying to defend are like family values, strength, self, what's the word? There's like a fancier term for like picking yourself up by your bootstraps, self motivation, stuff like that, right? But like the thing is, overwhelmingly, those things are just taken as a fucking personal responsibility, sure. Like, but like so many of those things that conservatives want to defend are just taken as a fucking given. Do you know how many fucking soy fucking actual leftist, socialist, communist people I've heard say we should destroy the family structure? I can't think of a literal fucking single, like, as someone that knows an unbelievable fucking amount of leftists, both online and off. Like, there's not a single fucking one that at a just fucking baseline hates the family structure. There are some that like have like the stupid fucking Maoist, like everyone live in fucking communal barracks and wear the jumpsuits and stuff. But like overwhelmingly, the values that conservatives are feeling threatened on are just, the reason they're not pushed is because everybody just fucking agrees. Right? Like, yeah, it's kind of like how I feel when I see leftists push the, well, actually, no, because that's kind of change. Let me think. What's like like you shouldn't be racist. I think that liberals probably need to be more discerning with who they're calling racist, or like campaigning on anti-racism and shit like that. Not because people should be racist or because I tolerate racism, but just because most people agree. Yeah, racism is fucking bad. Do you know how fucking difficult it is to have a conversation with a Republican about racism when they don't like racism either? We need new words for things that are new. Racism is normal, sadly, we can't defeat it. I'm not saying defeat it. Like, I understand what you're saying there, but like you can try and minimize it in your society through multiple different means, yeah? I can have a conversation with you about racism. Yeah, I mean, like, you're more than welcome to join the Discord. There's a couple of things I kind of want to like look over. Racism is just like not the top of my mind right now. But if you ever want to talk, you can always ping me in the Discord. Just join. There should be a link in the description. But Demon Mama? Well, I don't even know if Demon Mama is against the family structure. Like, even if Demon Mama of all fucking people in the fucking world, Demon Mama is not explicitly against the family structure and is instead, and this is the credit I'll give her, I'm pretty sure her stance would be the family, the nuclear family is not the only way to live your life, right? And there are other family organizations that are totally valid or whatever the fuck, right? soy. Yeah, I'm sure I can find that opinion a bunch of places, but like to her credit, she doesn't fucking hate the family structure, I don't think, unless someone can like point something out to me that she said. But like, I'm trying to be good faith here, you know? I'm in the Discord. Well, oh, you're in the Discord? Well, yeah, just like if either later in the stream or today or next stream. But right now, racism is not the topic. Otherwise, I would. I don't think anyone comes in good faith to each other anymore is the problem. I think, I don't know if that's true. Societal, like on the full societal scale, I would say on the, like when it comes to like the talking heads, I don't think that there's very many good faith like talking heads where people get their opinions from and their information from, right? Everyone comes to the table to prove they're right. Yeah, but like I come to the table to prove that I'm right, and I like doing that, and that's fun for me. But for me, what's important is being correct and not living in fucking delusion, right? I don't want to live in delusion. Pause. I forgot to pause this game the whole fucking time. Pretty sure she's radically anti-hierarchy and thinks that the family structure should be kind of obliterated. Well, if that's the case, then she's fucking retarded. Yeah, 100%. Just if you either ping me in the Discord or shoot me a direct message to remind me next time I'm live. Yeah, we can have that conversation. But like good faith is coming at something genuinely and not trying to find like weaselly ways to get out of like difficult parts of conversations and shit like that, right? I would say that's probably a big part of being good faith. Let me just open up all this. You're American, you have political opinions that aren't right-leaning? Okay. Well, I used to be a socialist, so maybe I'm moving closer towards the light. Ask yourself this, and I've done it, and the problem is we don't co-rule the country. If Biden gets elected, he probably will not sign any conservative policies, and the same with Trump. I don't see him signing any progressive policies, even if the laws are passed. Well, what is a progressive, like a major piece of progressive policy that Biden has gotten through? He's gotten through spending bills, but those are not like on the scale of what do you call it? On the scale of things that are I can't fucking think if I'm clicking on the game. Like progressive policies, I would think like universal health care or something approximating that. You know, land back to Native Americans, reparations for Black people. Like those are like progressive policies. I can't think of any like progressive quote unquote policy that Biden has enacted, like even economically, you know? Rebel Manga. I feel like when someone says family values, they just mean non-gay families. They're just like thinking this is what they're trying to say is mom, dad, kids. But like I feel like that can shift pretty majorly. I think that people can learn to not care if someone's gay. I have faith. Did I close out my YouTube chat by accident? Where did it go? My YouTube chat disappeared forever. Okay. Pop out chat. I have to fix everything here now. Let me look at what Kick is saying. I've been paying too much attention to YouTube. Schools are oppressive, yeah. I come with my strongest arguments for issues and let people rip them to shreds so I can further my self-enlightenment. I mean, that's kind of what my experience online has been, you know? I think the problem is the bad faith of the commentators. I think there's bad faith of commentators. I think that I think that like one major problem that like it's like now a meme, but it's like actually like a fucking incredibly major, horrible, like unbelievably like societal, like wide problem of actual Russian and Chinese misinformation. People that fucking hate us, that are trying to convince us all to fucking hate each other and to be ungovernable so that we can't oppose them. And there's so much I can see it now. After I've seen so much of what an example of what that might be, I can see it now. It's terrifying. There is no convincing. I hate Sondsol. Very true. I hate myself too. Okay, now let me catch up with YouTube chat. So there's no leader trying to gather all the people anymore. Well, I think that Biden tried that, but I think that it was a lost cause. And the reason it was a lost cause is because the Republicans were never going to ever give him a chance. First off, because he beat Donald Trump and he stole the election. And then second off, and this could be a miscalculation on Biden's part, or it could just be, you know, like they were never going to ever accept him. I genuinely don't know which it is. But he tried to delineate between regular conservatives and MAGA conservatives. And I don't think that was ever going to go over well. Even if they were ever going to give him a chance, it wouldn't have gone over well. But I don't think that they would have given him a chance. Conservatives would rather limp than be pandered to. I don't know what that means. That was like a month into his presidency. See but like, if you take what he means, right? And this isn't a like, oh, well, Trump's just like really bad at speaking. Like, what Biden was trying to do was trying to delineate and say, okay, the MAGA shit is fucking crazy, but I can work with Republicans. I can work with conservatives. I've worked with conservatives my entire political life. I can definitely do this, right? I think that if you hear what he's trying to say, what he's very, very obviously trying to fucking say, throughout that speech where he makes the distinction like 30 fucking times, he's trying to say, look, I'm with you guys too. I will work with you guys. And he did. He did work with the conservatives. Hence all of the fucking massive spending bills he was able to get through. He couldn't have gotten those through with just Democrats. I don't think there's a single one that he got through with only Democratic votes. Did he? Jack Posobiec seething over Biden.
Elections are about the future.
Jack Posobiec is the only person I've ever met in real life that I thought was like actually evil. Just there was some evil aura around that motherfucker. Like Rose's wilted dogs were howling when he walked by, and that was like everyone that was in his posse, like the entire day that we were at that convention. Like, people were giving him a wide fucking berth. It was really weird. I don't say that just because like I don't like Jack Posobiec, because I don't know enough about him to dislike him. Besides, I know that he's like a crazy conservative, but like he could be like a really funny dude. But there was something so off, so like uncanny valley about him and all the people he was with. It was actually like uncomfortable, dude. The bills that were done with budget reconciliation were done without the Republicans. I thought that there was such a big fight over the filibuster. I can't remember back 3 fucking years for every single bill. So you might be right on that. In fact, you probably are, because I know who you are. You being who you are is a good marker of that being true. This is just me being a debate bro, but I don't think you should trust your commentator who's not willing to talk to somebody of their equivalent size about the topic. I don't know if that's the line that I would draw, but I think that like if your commentator gets called out on lies on a consistent fucking basis and never changes the way that they do shit, I think that that's the line for me. And that was the line for me with Vosh. Thankfully, that was well before the pedophile stuff, but let me see here. Let's just pretend they're not shills like Destiny, like Vosh, like any major political commentary person. Their goal is money. Their concern is power. Their want is global reach. I don't know. There are some that I would say that about. I don't think that I could say that about Destiny. I don't think I could say that about Vosh. But maybe like I could see it more with Vosh if he actually somehow broke into the mainstream more like Destiny is, but like I don't know. There are a lot of major political commentary people on the internet that I do think are like that though. They're like, maybe if I just get enough views on my videos, maybe Trump will ask me to be one of his advisors or something, you know? I'm a nihilistic libertarian. I'm nihilism. I'm not a nihilist yet. I'm not like completely doomer on it. Here's the truth. If society sees a people being forgotten, they can ignore the law. Wait, I don't know what you mean. They can ignore the law. What we need is conservatives raising the LGBTQ flags and them raising the cross. I don't know what you mean by they can ignore the law, but like we did, especially like under Obama, like even under Trump, we did see a kind of disregard for rural America and conservatives. Like Trump spoke to their like most base desires, like fuck all the people that I don't like, and these people are haughty and blah 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 blah. They don't care about me. They're coastal elites. But like, what did he do for like? Are we significantly after Trump like out of poverty in the deep South? That's a real problem. Are these towns like still dying? That's a real problem. I would say that Biden's probably better for that because he's been investing in like major manufacturing in places like Michigan, Ohio, Nevada, Arizona, and I think we also saw that in Mississippi he was doing something big. So like we can see that these manufacturing jobs are being brought back. They're being brought back under Biden, not under Trump. I pinged you. If you're interested in a debate with someone, feel free to message me. Sondsol. I've watched some of your content. I like it. Found it a couple of weeks ago. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Meaning they can do the noble action in spite of the law. Well, listen, I don't think that rising up against the government is a noble action when, like, the worst that's happened is, like, again, objective markers of quality of life expectancy, of, you know, economic outlook, of prosperity in the United States has gone up and up and up. We've just not allocated those things correctly. I don't think that warrants overthrowing the government. And if they think that, they're fucking retarded. They're actually like anti-American pieces of shit that need to go. I shouldn't say shit like that. I'm just frustrated. Okay. Watch this clip. It'll cheer you up. Okay, we'll watch this clip and then we'll watch the full interview, okay?
Elections are about the future, not the past. They're about tomorrow, not yesterday. And the question on so many people's minds right now is, can you serve effectively for the next 4 years?
George, I'm the guy that put NATO together, the future. No one thought I could expand it. I'm the guy that shoved Putin down. No one thought could happen.
What's with the fucking background noise? Is this how it is on the...
As you were going through the debate, did you know how bad...
Bro, you work for a fucking news agency. Isn't this like a big newscaster? I can't remember his name.
Touched him at this pivotal moment this week's debate of this.
Now reporting from Madison, Wisconsin, George Stephanopoulos.
Yeah, it's George Stephanopoulos. ABC, you couldn't like throw in like a couple extra $1,000 for some shotgun mics and some noise control? Like a noise gate? Come on. That triggers the fuck out of me. I'm a literal retard on the internet with a $200 microphone that I can effectively set up a functioning noise gate for. Okay. Let me just see what the clip is and then...
Elections are about the future, not the past. They're about tomorrow, not yesterday. And the question on so many people's minds right now is, can you serve effectively for the next 4 years?
George, I'm the guy that put NATO together, the future. No one thought I could expand it.
You know what? I'm starting to believe that he has a cold because this motherfucker's voice is shot, dude. Jesus Christ. Like, he doesn't sound as bad as he did the other day. Like, in terms of having an answer immediately. But, yeah, also, it sounds like they have a fucking box fan running, dude. Jesus.
I'm the guy that shoved Putin down. No one thought could happen. I'm the guy that put together the South Pacific Initiative with AUKUS. I'm the guy that got 50 nations, out, not only in Europe, outside of Europe as well, to help Ukraine. I'm the guy that got Japanese to expand their budget. So, I mean, and for example, when I decided we used to have 40% of the computer chip, and we invented the chip, that little chip for the computer chip.
Elections are about the future.
Sounds like goddamn Batman. Yeah, I think this guy, I think he does have a fucking cold if that's just like how he sounds right now. Jesus Christ. Stormy Daniels couldn't be brought in on high crimes and misdemeanors, but high crimes and misdemeanors, like I would say trying to overthrow the government or trying to lead a coup would be a high crime. I would say bribery is a high crime, even though that's not necessarily treasonous. All right, let's watch Biden's interview.
Good evening from Madison, Wisconsin for a special edition of This Week. The first broadcast interview with President Biden since last week's debate. Earlier this afternoon, we taped the 22-minute interview. There are no cuts, no edits. We have not touched it. At this pivotal moment in the presidential campaign.
No cuts, no edits? That's why. They didn't put in a fucking noise gate because they didn't want people to think that they were shilling for Biden. Oh, is that really what it was? Did you rewatch the debate? Yeah, it was still bad, but it wasn't as bad as the initial, like, gut punch. Okay, also, it is pretty quiet. Let's crank up the volume. Let's go 150, see what that gets us.
Here it is. Mr. President, thank you for doing this.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start with the debate. You and your team have said you had a bad night. But your friend Nancy Pelosi actually framed the question that I think is on the minds of millions of Americans. Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It was a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing, and I had a bad night.
You know, you say you were exhausted, and I know you've said that before as well, but you came, and you did have a tough month, but you came home from Europe about...
Well, here's the thing, Gas. His answers were pretty good, except for some notable exceptions, like the question of abortion. He kind of flubbed that answer, but I never said that his answers weren't good, right? Because Biden talked about policy. Trump just did a campaign stop where he just rambled. He barely answered a question.
11 or 12 days before the debate, spent 6 days in Camp David. Why wasn't that enough rest time, enough recovery time?
Because I was sick. I was feeling terrible. Matter of fact, the docs with me, I asked if they did a COVID test because they were trying to figure out what was wrong. They did a test to see whether or not I had some infection, a virus. I didn't. They just had a really bad cold.
And did you ever watch the debate afterwards?
I don't think I did, no.
Well, what I want to get at is, what were you experiencing as you were going through the debate? Did you know how badly it was going?
Yeah, look. The whole way I prepared, nobody's fault, mine. Nobody's fault but mine. I prepared what I usually would do, sitting down, as I did come back with foreign leaders or the National Security Council, for explicit detail. And I realized about partway through that, although I get quoted, the New York Times had me down at 10 points before the debate, 9 now, or whatever the hell it is. The fact of the matter is that what I looked at is that he also lied 28 times. The way the debate ran, not my fault. Nobody.
You can hear Trump shit himself when he talks about tariffs. Can you link the timestamp to that? I haven't heard anyone say that.
No one else's fault. No one else's fault.
But it seemed like you were having trouble from the first question in, even before he spoke.
Well, I just had a bad night. You've had some bad interviews once in a while. I can't remember any, but I'm sure you did.
I've had plenty. I guess the question, the problem is here for a lot of Americans watching is, you've said, going back to 2020, watch me, to people who are concerned about your age. And, 50 million Americans watched that debate. It seemed to confirm fears they already had.
Well, look, after that debate, I did 10 major events in a row, including till 2 o'clock in the morning after that debate. I did events in North Carolina.
And he sounded great immediately after he left the fucking debate stage, which was incredibly fucking aggravating. He sounded fine after the debate. Where was the energy that you had before the debate, my guy? Or after the debate? Where was that fucking energy, my guy? Like, it's actually fucking crazy, but
Did events in Georgia. Did events like this today. Large crowds, overwhelming response, no slipping. And so I just had a bad night. I don't know why.
And how quickly did it come to you that you were having that bad night?
Well, it came to me I was having a bad night when I realized that even when I was answering a question, even when they turned his mic off, he was still shouting. And I let it distract me. I'm not blaming it on that. But I realized that I just wasn't in control.
Part of the other concern is that this seems to have fit into a pattern of decline that has been reported on recently. New York Times had a headline on July 2nd, Biden's lapses are said to be increasingly common and worrisome. Here's what they wrote. People who have spent time with President Biden over the last few months or so said the lapses appear to have grown more frequent, more pronounced, and after Thursday's debate, more worrisome. By many accounts, as evidenced by video footage, observation, and interviews, Mr. Biden is not the same today as he was even when he took office 3.5 years ago. Similar reporting in the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal. Are you the same man today that you were when you took office 3.5 years ago?
In terms of successes, yes. I also was the guy who put together a peace plan for the Middle East that may be coming to fruition. I was also the guy that expanded NATO. I was also the guy that grew the economy. All the individual things that were done were ideas I had or I fulfilled. I moved on. And so, for example, well, that was true then. What's Biden done lately? Today, just announced 200,000 new jobs.
It's not interesting today, Frank Archield. I'm not answering another one of your questions. I'm watching this.
We're moving in a direction that no one's ever taken on. I know you know this from the days in the government. I took on Big Pharma. I beat them. No one thought I could beat them. I took on all the things we said we got done. We were told we couldn't get done. And part of it is what I said when I ran was I want to do three things. Restore some decency to the office. Restore some support for the middle class instead of trickle-down economics built from the middle out and the bottom up, the way the wealthy still do fine, everyone does better, and unite the country.
But what has all that work over the last 3.5 years cost you physically, mentally, emotionally?
Well, I just think it cost me a really bad night, a bad run. But, George, I'm optimistic about this country. I don't think we're a country of losers that he points out. I don't think America's in tough shape. I think America's on the cusp of breaking through in so many incredible opportunities. This next term, I'm going to make sure we have straighten out the tax system. I'm going to make sure we're in a situation where we have health care for all people, where we're in a position where we have child care and elder care, free up, and all these things. The one thing I'm proudest of is, remember when my economic plan was put forward, a lot of the mainstream economists said it's not going to work. Well, guess what? We now have 16 Nobel laureates, 16 of them in economics, saying that Biden's next term would be, based on what he wants to do, enormous success. Trump's plan would cause a recession, would significantly increase inflation. I made great progress, and that's what I plan on doing, and we can do this.
I understand that, and I'm not disputing that. What I'm asking you is about your personal situation. Do you dispute that there have been more lapses, especially in the last several months?
Can I run 110 flat? No, but I'm still in good shape.
Are you more frail?
No.
I know you spoke.
My schedule.
I know you spoke with your doctor after the debate. What did he say?
He said, he just looked at me. He said, "You're exhausted." I said, "Look, I have medical doctors travel me everywhere. Every president does, as you know. Medical doctors, some of the best in the world, travel me everywhere I go. I have an ongoing assessment of what I'm doing. And they don't hesitate to tell me if they think there's something wrong."
I know you said you have an ongoing assessment. Have you had a full neurological and cognitive evaluation?
I get a full neurological test every day with me. And I've had a full physical. I had, I've been able to read for my physicals. Yes, the answer is.
I know your doctor said he consulted with a neurologist. I guess I'm asking a slightly different question. Have you had the specific cognitive tests, and have you had a neurologist, a specialist, do an examination?
No one said I had to. No one said, they said I'm good.
Would you be willing to undergo an independent medical evaluation that included neurological and cognitive tests and release the results to the American people?
Look, I have a cognitive test every single day. Every day I have that test. Everything I do. Not only am I campaigning, but I'm running the world. And that's not how it sounds like hyperbole. But we are the essential nation in the world. Madeleine Albright was right. And every single day.
I feel like it's probably for the best. Hate to say it, it's probably for the best that he doesn't, because any fucking discrepancy in that cognitive test would be pounced on hardcore. So I don't think that he should do it, not just because I'm a partisan dim, I don't want to whatever the fuck, but just because even if he was perfectly fine, I don't think that it would change what the attack ads on him are, I don't think that it would. I think it'd be exactly the fucking same. Yes, front yard shield. We should actually just overthrow the government and introduce a theocracy, right? I think that's what the founders of this country would want, and I think that kind of mindset is exactly what got us to the success that we have today. I didn't say anything about theocracy, did I? Oh, yeah, you didn't have to. Should we live our lives as our Creator intended, as God intended? Should we live by His rules? It certainly would not benefit him to agree to it there in the interview without any prior knowledge of the test or what it may report. Yeah, like never agree to something that you don't know. Only if it's my God, then everything you said is based.
For example, today, before I come out here, I'm on the phone with the Prime Minister of, well, anyway, I shouldn't get into detail, but with Netanyahu. I'm on the phone with the new Prime Minister of England. I'm working on what we're doing with regard to, in Europe, with regard to expansion of NATO and whether it's going to stick.
Okay, 1 second. I don't believe...
We're live from Georgia, a key battleground state.
Georgia is not a battleground state. You said 1 hour, 16 minutes, 18 seconds.
We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't be.
Now there is a noise. There is a noise. I wish we could isolate that noise.
So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries and there was more to come.
Hey fellas?
Because it's too much money. It's tremendous.
That might have been a swallow. That might... Hold on. This is now the most important thing in the entire world. Okay? Oh, shit.
More numbers of...
Oh, 116.18, right? Fuck.
He never took them away. Can't because it's too much money. It's true.
Oof. Hey, Econo Boy, shoot me a DM. I need to give you something. We got a possible fart here. That's not what I need to give you, though. All right. We're going to keep going on the actual interview we're listening to.
I'm taking on Putin. I mean, every day, there's no day I go through, they're not those decisions I have to make every single day.
And you have been doing that, and the American people have been watching, yet their concerns about your age and your health are growing. So that's why I'm asking, to reassure them, would you be willing to have the independent medical evaluation?
Watch me between, there's a lot of time left in this campaign. It's over 125 days.
So the
answer, the
right answer right now is no, you don't want to do that right
now. I've already done it.
You talked a lot about your successes at the beginning of this interview, and I don't want to dispute that. I don't want to debate that. But as you know, elections are about the future, not the past. They're about tomorrow, not yesterday. And the question on so many people's minds right now is, can you serve effectively for the next 4 years?
George, I'm the guy that put NATO together, the future. No one thought I could.
Does it make him more or less likable if he needs to fart? I think one instance, more likable. More than that, no. Okay.
expanded. I'm the guy that shut Putin down. No one thought it could happen. I'm the guy that put together the South Pacific Initiative with AUKUS. I'm the guy that got 50 nations, not only in Europe, outside of Europe as well, to help Ukraine. I'm the guy that got Japanese to expand their budget. So, I mean, and for example, when I decided we used to have 40% of the computer chip, and we invented the chip, that little chip, the computer chip. It's in everything from cell phone to weapons. And so we used to have 40%, we're down to virtually nothing. So I get in the plane against the advice of everybody, and I fly to South Korea. I convinced them to invest in the United States, billions of dollars. Now we have tens of billions of dollars being invested in the United States, making us back in a position where we're going to own that industry again. We have, I mean, I just, anyway, I don't want to take too much credit. I have a great staff.
But I guess my point is all that takes a toll. Do you have the mental and physical capacity to do it for another 4 years?
I believe so. I wouldn't be running if I didn't think I did. Look, I'm running again because I think I understand best what has to be done to take this nation to a completely new level. We're on our way. We're on our way. And look, the decision recently made by the Supreme Court on immunity, you know, the next president of the United States, it's not just about whether he or she knows what they're doing. It's not about a conglomerate of people making decisions. It's about the character of the president. The character of the president is going to determine whether or not this Constitution is employed the right way.
Let me ask you a tougher, more personal question. Are you sure you're being honest with yourself when you say you have the mental and physical capacity to serve another 4 years?
Yes, I am, because, George, the last thing I want to do is not be able to meet that. I think, as some of the senior economists and senior foreign policy specialists say, if I stop now, I'd go down in history as a pretty successful president. No one thought I could get done what we got done.
But are you being honest with yourself as well about your ability to defeat Donald Trump right now?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
You say that, and let me challenge you.
Sure.
Because you were close, but behind going into the debate. You're further behind now, by any measure. It's been a two-man race for several months. Inflation has come down. In those last few months, he's become a convicted felon, yet you're still falling further behind.
You guys keep saying that. George, look, you know polling better than anybody. Do you think polling data is accurate as it used to be?
I don't think so, but I think when you look at all of the polling data right now, it shows that he's certainly ahead in the popular vote, probably even more ahead in the battleground states. And one of the other key factors there is it shows that in many of the battleground states, the Democrats who are running for Senate and the House are doing better than you are.
Well, that's not unusual in some states. I carried an awful lot of Democrats last time I ran in 2020. Look, I remember them telling me the same thing in 2020.
Hey, Biden saying what? Let me go back.
Shows that he's certainly ahead in the popular vote, probably even more ahead in the battleground states. And one of the other...
Oh, by the way, hey, guys, there's 10 people watching on YouTube right now, but only 4 likes on the stream. Hey, guys, please like the stream. It helps out more than you guys know. Also, if you guys like my content, if you guys want to help me out, because I'm just so pretty, please consider donating to the Stream Elements link, or becoming a member on the YouTube, or what do they call them? Not a member, but a subscriber on Kick. Super chatting. I'm going to be shilling super hard any chance that I get, because I am very, very unbelievably poor. Now that we are absolutely about to move. We are very close to moving, and it's expensive, and I have less hours at my job because they know I'm leaving. So if you guys want to help a brother out, all right, afford food, afford the rent that I'm going to have to pay at this new place, please help a brother out. Use those links. Helps out way, way more than you could possibly know. Any little bit helps.
Key factors there is it shows that in many of the battleground states, the Democrats who are running for Senate and the House are doing better than you are.
Well, that's not unusual.
Polls aren't accurate, so we shouldn't look at them. I don't like that either, but there's two things. There's a partially correct part of it, and there's a political part to it. On one hand, nobody believes the polls, like Democrat or Republican, anymore, unfortunately. Objective markers of reality are out. All right, that was so, 20th century, okay? That was so 20th century. please. We're in the 21st century. So now it's all about posturing. And it's a posture that will probably play good with voters. Polls showing other Dems poll are relevant. They are relevant, but the problem is just because someone's polling better doesn't mean people are going to go out and vote for them. I don't, as it stands right now, I don't think that the idea of swapping Biden out is a good idea. And that's not just because I like him, because I do unironically ride with Biden. I think Biden is the best president of my lifetime by like any objective marker that I can think of. The dude fucking killed it in his first term. All right. Unbelievable. The amount of legislation that was needed and good legislation that he got through in his time is actually fucking unbelievable. But if there was some strategy that they could pop out that would be helpful to Biden, to like beating Trump and continuing the policies of Biden, to be more clear, because I was not clear when I just said that. I would take it, but President Pete, that I don't think is going to happen in our lifetime, buddy.
In some states. I carried an awful lot of Democrats last time I ran in 2020. Look, I remember them telling me the same thing in 2020. I can't win. The polls show I can't win. Remember 2020, the red wave was coming. Before the vote, I said that's not going to happen. We're going to win. We did better in an off year than almost any incumbent president ever has done. They said in 2023, all the tough races, we're not going to win. I went into all those areas, all those districts, and we won.
All that is true, but 2020 was a close race. And your approval
I'll have to listen to the Independence Day speech. I didn't listen to it.
rating has dropped significantly since then. I think the last poll I saw was about 36%. The number of Americans who think you're too old to serve has doubled since 2020.
Well, he has to slap away that other Dems are polling better because he still wants to run as president. He still thinks he can do it. To be clear, I still think that he can do it. So.
Wouldn't a clear-eyed political calculus tell you that it's going to be much tougher to win?
Now, he might, die 2 years into his second term. That's totally fucking possible. But, yeah, I think that all things considered, I think that he's probably our best bet. Although I did think of an idea, and Akriel, since Akriel's like an actual smart, Dem operative, like the idea of switching out Kamala for someone like Gavin Newsom, someone a little bit more energetic, a little bit more, liked by Democratic voters, because I don't think that's Kamala, unfortunately. Why are these not being built? Okay. Anyways, swapping out the vice presidential candidate so that there's people that Dems trust.
In 2024,
not when you're running against a pathological liar, not when he hadn't been challenged in a way that he's about to be challenged.
That's true, Abaddon.
Not when people.
You've had months to challenge him.
Well, sure, I had months, but I was also doing a hell of a lot of other things, like
ignorant or dishonest. I'm both. Increasingly, every time someone accuses me of being that, I'll be even more bad faith, even more dishonest.
Wars around the world, like keeping NATO together, like working anyway. But look,
do you really believe you're not behind right now?
I think so.
I think it's all the pollsters I talk to tell me it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up. And when I'm behind, there's only one poll I'm really far behind. CBS poll.
Because everything that you say, Front Yard Shield, are not good criticisms. Because I don't agree with any of them on a factual basis. All of your criticisms of any politician aren't grounded in factual basis. It's either grounded in fucking why am I responding to you? I said I wasn't going to fucking respond to you. But it's because nothing that you say is any factual fucking basis. And that's really fucking aggravating.
And
I'm ignoring
NBC,
you again.
Excuse me. And
New York Times and NBC both have you about 6 points behind in the popular vote.
That's exactly right. New York Times had me behind before anything having to do with this race. Had me behind 10 points. 10 points ahead of me behind. Nothing's changed substantially since the debate in the New York Times poll.
Just when you look at the reality, though, Mr. President, I mean, you won the popular vote in 2020, but it was still deadly close in the Electoral
By
College.
7 million votes.
Yes, but you're behind now in the popular vote.
I don't buy that.
Is it worth the risk?
I don't think anybody's more qualified to be president or win this race than me.
You know, the heart of your case against Donald Trump is that he's only out for himself, putting his personal interest ahead of the national interest. How do you respond to critics who say that by staying in the race, you're doing the same thing?
Oh, come on. Well, I don't think those critics know what they're talking about.
They're just wrong?
It's wrong.
It's funny.
Look, Trump is a pathological liar. Trump is, he is. You ever seen anything Trump did that benefited somebody else and not him? You can't answer, I know.
I've questioned him and his allies as persistently as any journalist has.
No, I know you have. I'm not being critical.
Yeah.
I'm not being critical. But look, I mean, the man is a congenital liar.
Well, what I'm saying, Akriel, is swap out Kamala Harris, because maybe there could be a major and possibly, let's be real, legitimate fear that Biden is too old to like continue being the commander in chief, right? And that we're not only voting for him and his cabinet, but we're also voting for possibly the next president of the United States at the same time by voting for Biden, getting his vice president as the, as the next president. So like, would Gavin Newsom not be a better choice than Kamala Harris? I don't know a lot about her. I've just not heard a single positive thing about her the entire 4 years that they've been in office.
As I said, they pointed out in that debate he lied 27, 28 times the times, or whatever number, over 20 times. Talk about how good his economy was, how he brought down inflation, how this is a guy who, unlike only other president other than him is Hoover, lost more jobs than he created. This is a guy who told us to put bleach in our arms to deal with COVID, when over a million people died. This is a guy who talks about wanting to get rid of the healthcare provision we put in place. This is a guy who wants to give the power back to Big Pharma to be able to charge exorbitant prices for drugs. This is a guy who wants to undo every single thing I've done. Every single thing.
I understand that. I understand that's why you want to stay in the race. But if you convince yourself that only you can defeat him?
I convinced myself of two things. I'm the most qualified person to beat him, and I know how to get things done.
If you can be convinced that you cannot defeat Donald Trump, will you stand down?
Well, it depends if the Lord Almighty comes out and tells me that, I might do that.
Well, I mean, on a more practical level, Washington Post just reported in the last hour that Senator Mark Warner is assembling a group of senators together to try and convince you to stand down because they don't think you can win.
Well, Mark is a good man. But we've never had that.
In terms of policy, Akriel, but in terms of, the political reality of people voting for her. Now, again, all I'm saying, it'd be upsetting in the black community. True. That's true. Well, I'm just saying, like, someone like Newsom, I don't know who all is, would be a good stand-in. It's just like, we had this whole conversation at the beginning of stream about Kamala Harris and how she just kind of seems like a wine mom. And like, that's kind of the view that I have of her too. And I'm pro Dems. Okay. I'm for the Dems on this, but like, damn, it does feel like she's like a wine mom that just says some like wacky stuff, He
also tried to get the nomination too.
Yeah, you are entitled to your own opinions, but not your own facts. Congratulations. You said something super true for once, but unfortunately it was projection. Go away.
Mark's not. Mark and I have a different perspective. I respect him.
And if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi come down and say, we're worried that if you stay in the race, we're going to lose the House and the Senate?
No, I don't think that any of these top Dems are like having any real push towards getting rid of Biden. I don't think that that's happening. And the reason why is the same reason why what Akriel said, like you have to basically redo the entire campaign from the ground up. And that's a horrifying proposition. It's a horrifying proposition for a race this like late in the game. It's just not something that's feasible, How
will you respond?
I go into detail with them. I've spoken to all of them in detail, including Jim Clyburn. Every one of them. They all said I should stay in the race. Stay in the race. None of the people said I should leave.
But if they do?
Well, it's like, they're not going to do that.
You sure?
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Look, I mean, if the Lord Almighty came down and said, Joe, get out of the race, I'll get out of the race. The Lord Almighty's not coming down. I mean, these hypotheticals, George, if all...
But it's not that hypothetical anymore. I grant that they have not requested the meeting, but it's been reported...
Well, I met with them. I've met with a lot of these people. I've talked with them regularly. I had an hour conversation with Hakeem. I had more time with them than Jim Clyburn. I spent time with many hours, off and on, the last little bit, with Chuck Schumer. It's not like I had all the governors. All the governors.
I agree that the Lord Almighty is not going to come down, but if you are told reliably from your allies, from your friends and supporters in the Democratic Party, in the House and the Senate, that they're concerned you're going to lose the House and the Senate if you stay in, what will you do?
I'm not going to answer that question. It's not going to happen.
What's your plan to turn the campaign around?
You saw it today. How many pictures do you get draw crowds like I drew today? You find me more enthusiastic than today? Huh?
I mean, I don't think you want to play the crowd game. Donald Trump can draw big crowds. There's no question about that.
He can draw a big crowd, but what does he say? Who's he have? I'm the guy supposedly in trouble. We raised $38 million within 4 days after this. We have over 1 million individual contributors. Less than $200.
It's not that I dislike Kamala. It's just that I don't have like any positive. I'm like totally neutral towards her. But like, if the concern that people have is like, oh, well, we're going to be voting for the next president of the United States, not just Biden, but like whoever is going to be his successor because he's going to die in office or whatever the fuck, or 25th Amendment out, right? Like, I would want someone in the vice presidency that people would want to vote for, so that they would vote for the Democrats, you know? Hakeem or Biden for president, who would you pick? I don't actually know that much about Hakeem Jeffries. Something I need to learn more about is like the major players in both parties. I know a bunch of them, but not like on a super granular level.
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen what you're proposing.
You haven't seen the fall off in the polls. You haven't seen the reports of discontent in the Democratic Party, House Democrats, Senate Democrats.
I've seen it from the press.
You know, I've heard from dozens of your supporters over the last few days, and a variety of views, I grant you that. But the prevailing sentiment is this. They love you, and they will be forever grateful to you for defeating Donald Trump in 2020. They think you've done a great job as president, a lot of the successes you outlined. But they are worried about you and the country, and they don't think you can win. They want you to go with grace, and they will cheer you if you do. What do you say to that?
Hold on. Oh, well, you know what? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to look. I think someone just had a car accident outside.
I say the vast majority are not where those folks are. I don't doubt there's some folks there. Have you ever seen a group at time when elected officials running for office aren't a little worried? Have you ever seen that? I've not. Same thing happened in 2020. Oh, Biden, I don't know, man. What's he going to do? He may bring me down. He may.
Mr. President, I've never seen a president at 36% approval get reelected.
Well, I don't believe that's my approval rate. That's not what our polls show.
And if you stay in and Trump is elected and everything you're warning about comes to pass, how will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did the goodest job as I know I can do. That's what this is about. Look, George, think of it this way. You've heard me say this before. I think the United States and the world is at an inflection point where the things that happen in the next several years are going to determine what the next 6, 7 decades look like. And who's going to be able to hold NATO together like me? Who's going to be able to be in a position where I'm able to keep the Pacific Basin in a position where we're at least checkmating China now? Who's going to do that? Who has that reach? Who knows all these? We're going to have, I guess, a good way to judge me is you're going to have now the NATO conference here in the United States next week. Come listen. See what they say.
Mr. President, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
ABC News also offered a one-on-one interview to Donald Trump after the debate. He declined. Let's bring in our political team for what they're hearing. Let me start out with our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl. And John, you watched the interview. You've been talking to people all across Washington. What are you hearing?
Well, George, look, Biden looked better and certainly more coherent than he looked during the debate. But there was nothing in this interview that is calming nerves of jittery Democrats who fear that Joe Biden is on a trajectory to lose this race, to lose to Donald Trump. In fact, for some of those people, the interview is raising new concerns, particularly the fact that he is unwilling or unaware of the fact that he is in a dire.
Biden has a 36% approval rating. I don't think that's that much different than what it has been, to be honest. I don't look at the approval rating because the last three presidents, Biden, Trump, and Obama, were any of them above 50%? Not like 51%. I mean like 55, 60% approval rating at any point. Well, Obama might have been. Obama approval rating over time. Oh, can we not just see like a fucking graph? Our graphs, you couldn't put this into Excel and then... Oh, well, I guess Obama had a pretty high one at the beginning. Picked up, went down, picked up, went down, went back up. I guess I guess at the end there, people were like, oh no, we don't know what we're losing. Oh no, we don't know what we're losing. Oh shit. Was crushing the midterms after his election. Yeah. I don't think that there's been a president. You know, I'd actually be curious. Like, when was the last time there was a president that had a, you know, mid-presidency, a 60% approval rating?
Situation here regarding the campaign that he is losing in the view of many Democrats. And frankly, in the polls, you cited that he is losing to Donald Trump. And there was one question that you asked where his answer is particularly, I believe, alarming to some of those Democrats. You asked him how he will feel in January if he has lost to Donald Trump. And
here's one question for like Democrats. And like, I tried to, like, my older brother and my dad came over, grabbed some stuff, you know, for my move. And we had a conversation, and I don't know why the debate, I guess I understand why, but why people can't switch from like doom to like determination, right? Like, I was pretty doomer for about 6 hours, but then it was like, okay, well, we gotta button down the hatches. We gotta fucking hold on to this shit. We gotta make sure that we're doing good because these motherfuckers are going to be attacking him like a motherfucker. We gotta be positive. Like, that was my thought process, and everybody else is just like doomsaying, dude.
All that he has warned would happen came to pass. And this was his answer. He said, I'll feel, as long as I gave it my all and did the best job I know I can do, that that's what this is about. One prominent ally of the president simply responded to me, wow, when I asked about that question. So the bottom line here, there was nothing in this interview that will force Joe Biden out of the race. There was no, major thing that will convince him or any of his allies. I believe they have to go. But there's also nothing in this interview that will calm the nerves of Democrats who are saying it is time for him to get out.
Martha Raddatz, the president is talking to a lot of people, but he appears to be listening to a very tight circle.
A very tight circle, and administration officials I have spoken to said that very tight inner circle is telling them he can win, that he needs to keep going. This, of course, includes his wife, Jill, who they said is lashing out at those who want him to get out of the race. This was a Joe Biden pumped up on his inner circle, telling him that again and again. They think he will have many opportunities, but those not in the inner circle say this will also expose him to a great deal of risk. And George, I've talked to a few people too, and texting with a few people as well on the Hill. They say it was better than they expected, wasn't as bad as they expected, but that's a pretty low bar, George.
And Mary Bruce, what are you hearing from the White House?
George, the White House tonight reacting in one word, strong. Look, you heard the president there, and his team strongly do believe that this is all being overblown, that Joe Biden has been underestimated and written off before, only to come back strong and win. They believe if he can continue to do interviews like this, if he can continue to get out in front of the American people, that this too shall pass. But the president there truly didn't seem to grasp the severity of this moment, the magnitude.
Well, again, it's like the same thing. Like, do we? It's just doomsaying without a solution. I don't know. It just seems so like it's just ass backwards.
Of that growing chorus of concern from Democrats. He dismissed the trends that we are seeing in the polls. But what we are hearing from Democrats isn't concerned about one bad night. They are concerned that Joe Biden doesn't have what it takes not only to continue governing, but that he has what it takes to win. But the president is adamant that he is still the best one to take on Donald Trump. And you heard there, he clearly doesn't want to entertain the possibility that Democrats may come to him and urge him to step aside, saying only the Lord Almighty could convince him of that, George.
And that is the key question right now. So I want to go to our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott. The most important audience probably right now for the president and the White House are those Democratic leaders on Capitol Hill. And there has been some ferment in the last couple of hours.
Exactly, George. And they were watching tonight, I can tell you that. In fact, just minutes before your interview aired, you had...
Oh, cool. Thank you for cutting off right there. Let me just do this.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington. President Biden's allies have made it abundantly clear that he must prove his ability publicly.
Okay, let's look at this Putin clip.
But I have no doubt that he says that, well, you know, the fact that Mr. Trump, as a presidential candidate, says that he's ready and wants to stop the war in Ukraine, we take that very seriously. Well, I haven't seen his ideas
Like,
on how exactly...
The thing about Trump saying he wants to end everything, because everything is so unbelievably fucking vague. Because everything is so unbelievably fucking vague with Trump specifically. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what that, and I don't think anybody does. I'm not sure what that looks like. What does it mean that Trump is going to end the war in Ukraine? Because he could do some like truly demonic shit and like unleash the full power of the US military, which would be scary. I'm not sure if I would necessarily oppose it. It would be scary though. Or he could like cede it completely to Russia. Like the problem is we don't fucking know what he would do because he's so inconsistent on his policies.
he's going to do that, and that is the key question. But I have no doubt that he says that sincerely, and we support that. But, you know, the fact...
The second is more likely. Like, but here's the thing. Nobody fucking knows. Let's see here. There was something else that we had pulled up, right? Panda Man, I timed you out for a day because you were being fucking annoying and saying the same goddamn thing over and over and over. If we go through your message history, if there was a way for me to do that, how many repeated words would you think you would see? I don't want to respond. I don't want to fucking talk about it. I don't want to do anything. No. And do not DM me to ask. Come back next time. Well, I don't know how far back. Like if I could show him every single fucking one of his messages from like the past month since he's been on this stupid messages. How far back can we go? Can we make it bigger? Oh, never mind. Never mind. We can go up. Unfortunately, we can't make it bigger. All right, let's see how many times. So let's see how many times there are weird racial things said. Let's see how many times he talks about Uncle Sam. How many times he talks about the gold standard. How many times he talks about overthrowing the government because Uncle Sam, like all of these like weird buzzwords. Let's see. So we have first. I thought liberals like you guys claim to support Jewish people and other ethnic groups. Yes, if Uncle Sam didn't pump trillions like Biden did and spent money on infrastructure. Okay, so there's 2. And that's in less than an hour. Fed and Wall Street cronyism. Prosecuting the swamp creatures like Fauci. By the way, this guy was like 8 years old when Trump got elected. He doesn't know what the fucking swamp is. Swamp creatures. Uncle Sam. Greedy paws. Abolish welfare state. Uncle Sam lied. Shut the fuck up. I am superior to you, bones. Based. Okay, and this is all going to be just from today because I didn't stream for a week. I don't want to sound a racist because I'm not. There's another ethic thing. Aren't black people disproportionately conspiracy theorists? Uncle Sam, who held a monopoly on global trade and currency manipulation due to the Fed as well as the deep state 3-letter agency regulating every aspect of the economy. And now you're worried about overreach. Need to punch the ever-loving shit out of corruption from Uncle Sam. I don't care about democracy. We're a constitutional republic. Again, a constitutional republic is a form of democracy. I hate to break it to all the conservatives that like to cope and seethe and cry and bitch and moan that we don't live in a democracy. We actually live in a constitutional fucking whatever the fuck. But we live in a fucking democracy. Sorry. Sorry, conservacucks. You have to vote. And if you lose the vote, you don't get to fucking pry it back through violent means. Anyways. Yeah, but it's comedy that's been going on for too long. All right, let's see here. And I guess we can maybe, what time is it? It's 9:07. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to stream.
But it seemed like you were having trouble from the first question.
Christ. I hate ABC News for doing this to me with audio that's not been fixed. So nobody is going to fix it. It's just going to get louder and louder and more fucking deep fried the more people react to it. Jesus. Yes, leftist audio, unironically, but that was just because it was ABC not wanting to edit it at all.
Even before he spoke.
This is probably going to piss me the fuck off. I can't stand Cenk right now. Let's see here.
Well, I just had a bad night.
Yeah, he's got to come up with a better line than that. So Biden with a super important interview with George Stephanopoulos. This is going to be one of the things that he needs to rescue his career.
Cenk is on the RFK train? No way. RFK is about to have to drop out because he can't afford to keep going. Why is workload low? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to chat enough. Historians rank Trump as the worst, but do you think that the historians were going based off of approval ratings, or do you think that they were going off of some other metric? No, there are some people that like RFK, but generally speaking, after the what's the word I'm looking for? Once they're given a choice, like, hey, listen, it's either going to be Biden or Trump, and you have to vote for one. Who do you choose? They more often than not, I think, like, with 1 point of discrepancy, go for Biden.
And his campaign, was he able to do it? We're going to show you more clips from that interview, but already people are weighing in, including Nate Silver, saying after having watched it, I'm even more certain he's got to go. So let's see what else we have here. Let's go to another clip and then we'll discuss.
You and your team have said you had a bad night, but you're.
Now, I'm not considering RFK Jr. He says Biden has been corrupt his whole life. You never give us a fucking example. You fucking the Democratic Party, they love to rig elections. Yes, I use the word rigged. No fucking way he said this shit.
The headlines are wrong. He didn't say that Biden is definitely a bigger threat. He said he could make an argument for that. And you've got to be careful with that. And you know what the mainstream media loves to do. They love to smear anyone who's an outsider. So boom, they took that as an opportunity to do that. So he's right about that. Number two, he's right to be concerned about Biden being a threat to democracy himself. Maybe not for the reasons that he's stating, but Biden did support anti-democratic movements within the primary. The Democratic Party canceled the election in Florida. They try to keep out every candidate in North Carolina, Tennessee, etc. So they love to rig elections. Yes,
no one that you want, nor yourself, was going to get elected, Cenk.
use the word rigged, okay? So you can go cry about it if you're mainstream media. How about you do your job and talk about how they canceled the election in Florida in the primary and just declared Biden the winner? So if you're gonna make the argument that you're...
I think by the time Florida had their primaries, Biden had already gotten enough votes to be the next candidate.
You're a champion of democracy. You should probably try it in your own primaries. For the first time today, I'm now considering RFK Jr. Now, what? I know, shocking, right?
Anna Kasparian is so much more in reality than Cenk at this point.
And no, hold on. Let me tell you why. So is it because
literally brainworm addled?
Because I think, maybe he's right about vaccines. No, he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs on vaccines, and on several other things where he believes in conspiratorial theories that I don't believe in at all. So why on God's green earth would I consider RFK Jr.? Well, until now I hadn't, because of those crazy things that I don't come anywhere near believing. But I thought about it, Anna, and Trump I would never support in a million years. Biden is now funding a genocide, and
I can't even listen to it. It's the brainworms are contagious. They're contagious, man. Wait, hold on. According to quick research, it's only half true at best. What? That Trump gave weaponry to Ukraine? Biden is funded by big genocide based. Let's go. Genocide Joe.
But your friend Nancy Pelosi actually framed the question that I think is on the minds of millions of Americans. Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It was a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing, and I had a bad night.
You know, you say you were exhausted, and I know you've said that before as well, but you came, and you did have a tough month, but you came home from Europe about 11 or 12 days before the debate, spent 6 days in Camp David. Why wasn't that enough rest time, enough recovery time?
Because I was sick. I was feeling terrible.
Sure, like I guess I don't care about like fighting on that basis.
Matter of fact, the docs with me, I asked them if they did a COVID test because they're trying to figure out what's wrong. They did a test to see whether or not I had.
No, because that's a separate conversation. IMO.
Had some infection, a virus. I didn't. I just had a really bad cold.
Yeah, which one is it? Is it a really bad cold or a jet lag from 12 days ago? When you start changing your story like that over and over, it's not helpful. Okay, so the bar is so low for Joe Biden. He finished those sentences, and they were complete sentences. So when you look at that tape, it's almost like a little bit of relief, like, oh, but wait, hold. We have more tape in a minute. But first, let's go around a little bit.
Thanks for watching. Our audience has helped build TYT into the media giant it is today.
I thought it was over.
/team.
Yes, can you make heads or tails out of that? Is that like?
Listen, you're not going to catch me like defending Trump's like policy on Ukraine in totality. All right. It's just like something that I would agree with. Yes, Trump was still sending weapons to Ukraine. This is especially a good talking point when people try to say that we shouldn't be helping Ukraine at all because America first. Oh, well, you're America first, so is Trump. And even he thought that sending weapons to Ukraine was a good idea. But like, it's just not a big enough point for me to like fight and die on. I could be pushed to like change my idea of how we should talk about it. Like, I could be pushed on that pretty easily, but yeah, it just like for the purposes of most of the conversations that I'm having, it's easier and better just to, yeah.
Okay, that's it. We dodged the bullet, or that's not reassuring yet.
It's not particularly reassuring. It's not surprising. Of course, that's what he was going to come out and say. I will say, though, it looks like he's doing some rounds of damage control here. It doesn't sound like a guy who's planning to drop out of a presidential race anytime soon.
Yeah, it's damage control, and he's not going to drop out because it would be fucking catastrophic if he did. There's no chance anybody else could ever make up all of the fucking, all the stuff that you have to do in a presidential campaign. Yeah, no shit. I feel like I'm not a particularly like crazy intelligent person. I don't think I am. I think I'm smart enough. I think I can get by, okay? But holy fucking shit. I feel like when I'm listening to other political commentators with the very scant political science knowledge that I have, seeing as I'm like very freshly close to getting my degree in political science, I feel like I'm listening to actually like less than high school educated people talk about this stuff when I listen to other political commentators. It's actually fucking crazy to me. it's not out of want of, must just circle the wagons around Biden. Because while I like the guy, I'm not going to sit here and die like on a hill that's indefensible for him. But the doom and gloom that they bring up is just not. It's just not the thing that they think that they're saying, right? We're not at the point that they say that we're at.
Soon. So maybe the whole Kamala question won't even become a question at all. It's a very scary prospect, but as you guys were kind of alluding to in the previous segment, this is where the Democratic Party has gotten us, right? This has been in the works for decades, let's say, right? Let's go back several presidential elections. Let's go back to Hillary. Even let's go back to Obama, right? This is the Democratic Party that they've been crafting. They didn't let us have Bernie. They didn't let us have Elizabeth Warren.
They didn't let us have? People didn't vote for them, you dumb bitch. People didn't vote for them. That's why you didn't get them. Maybe if you had a quarter ounce of sense in your mind, you would work on, I don't know, building an effective political movement. But you didn't. Instead, you fell into the same fucking conspiracism that the conservatives have.
They
a desperation attempt. It's not even a desperation attempt. At that point, it's over. Well, at that point, it's not a sunk cost fallacy. You either go with what is the more likely option to win, or you completely cede the ground. Those are the options.
They gave us Joe Biden. This was the guy that they said we had to take. He was old 4 years ago.
I mean, I get it, but I also don't understand how, for me personally, I am a person who is okay, something's fucked up. It's time to fix it, right? Or we got to find a way to fix this. What is the best way that we can go about, attempting some salvaging of this situation? If it's in a debate that I'm having on stream, if it's in my real life, if it's in college, right? Only if it truly is completely, absolutely fucked will I do some crazy shit. But it never ever gets to that point. At a certain point, you just gotta, okay, well, this is the hand that we're dealt and we gotta work with it.
He's older now. He's 4 years older now. He's going to be 4 years older if and when he wins a second term in office. And so far, just getting through this election cycle is very, very rough. His first debate was a disaster and did not instill a lot of confidence in people. It sounds like he's trying to do so now, trying to get some of that confidence back, what little bit that he already had. But even before that debate, he was struggling really to prove to people that he was competent and that he was cogent and coherent and that he's somebody who can do this job, the most stressful job in the world, for another 4 years. And that really is asking a lot of someone of that age. So maybe he was sick. Hopefully he's doing better now. But at the end of the day, you have to be the president. And if you can't perform even on, maybe your worst days, that is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I'll have some more comments from the rest of the media about this interview as well. Let's watch one more clip before we go to Sharon. So here's his answer for why he was too prepared.
Did you ever watch the debate afterwards?
I don't think I did, no.
Well, what I want to get at is, what were you experiencing as you were going through the debate? Did you know how badly it was going?
Yeah, look. The whole way I prepared, nobody's fault, mine. Nobody's fault but mine. I prepared what I usually would do, sitting down, as I did come back with foreign leaders or the National Security Council, for explicit details. And I realized about partway through that You know, I get quoted, the New York Times had me down at 10 points before the debate, 9 now, or whatever the hell it is. The fact of the matter is that what I looked at is that he also lied 28 times. I mean, the way the debate ran, not my fault, no one else's fault. No one else's fault.
But it seemed like you were having trouble from the first question in. Even
How can you not trust Cenk about the election analysis? Let's see what this is. Oh, that's right. He couldn't even break 10% of the vote. He couldn't even break 10% of the vote. With this massive fucking, media thing behind him. In a very liberal area. He got less votes than both of the Republicans.
before he spoke.
Well, I just had a bad night.
Yeah, not a bad night, a bad campaign, a bad everything. But Sharon, what do you think after having watched a couple of those clips?
When the bar is so low to begin with, I mean, it was better. He wasn't, he finished his sentence, okay? This is the nuttiest conversation ever. We are sitting up here wondering, George Stephanopoulos actually probably took a day and a half to prepare for this interview to find out if the current president, a man who is trying to get reelected, is competent. It's just ridiculous. Absolutely nut job behavior here.
You might think that, and that's fine. This might be the clown world that we're living in. However, are we going to repeat 2016 where all these same people were like, now I don't know if TYT was on this because I wasn't a big like YouTube news watcher back then. So maybe I'm not being fair here, but like all these same types of people with these same political bents were saying, well, you know what? If Trump wins, then it will lay the groundwork for like a real leftist movement to rise in it, from the ashes, which is demented, which is crazy, which is insane. And I even see that same sentiment now, after we know what Trump is like, after we know what he's like, after we can see it was actually significantly worse than we possibly could have imagined. It's worse than we could have possibly imagined with Trump. I just don't know, man. The Dems are getting fucked from both sides in terms of the narrative. From people that are ostensibly on like the Democrat side, or at least agree with them on like, let's say 50 to 60% of issues, at least 50 to 60% of issues. Definitely more, but let's just say that. Like you have these values that you say that you have, that, and you see what Trump did in his 4 years at the end of his president, or like during his presidency. You've seen the fallout since then, and you're like questioning now the mental state of Biden. I would take a literal fucking cadaver, literally being marionetted with fishing wire, over Trump. If that cadaver had pretty decent cabinet picks around him, or her, not to be sexist, but if they did, yeah, I don't think I would have any qualms voting for a literal goddamn corpse. I wouldn't think twice about it. I just don't understand, like, the focus. I'm fine with people criticizing Biden, but you're criticizing him on something that, let's be real, ain't gonna fucking change. Your criticisms aren't going to change anything except for possibly the possibility of someone voting. And that's like it. Yes, vote for the urn. They don't even have to have a corporeal form anymore. Vote for a ghost.
Here, okay? This is...
And again, like, most oftentimes, and I know this because I used to be a fucking leftist, okay? They'll make these criticisms because they want to, like, push for candidates that they like, right? They want to push for candidates that they like, which is fine. You can push for candidates that you like if you fucking want to. We live in fucking America, and I love this country, and we have freedom of speech, and you can do that. But your guy ain't going to win because you guys have zero, nil, nada interest in doing anything that could possibly build a functional fucking government, or a functional fucking candidate for that matter. I remember thinking, you know what? I'm going to live my principles. I'm going to try and, volunteer for, like, the Socialist Party. And literally within 2 weeks of, like, looking into that, as a leftist, I was like, oh, this is worthless. This is worthless. And that was before I even changed my degree to political science, before I knew anything about the political world, really. I knew about, like, political theory and, copied talking points from Bosch and Destiny. And that was, like, my entire political knowledge at the time. And even then I could say, yeah, you know what? This actually looks kind of fucking retarded. This actually looks like it would be a total waste of my goddamn time.
To the point of insanity, okay? I don't know if he's competent or not, but the minute I have to ask, it's over, okay? It's over. This is not going to help, okay? Unless he says, listen, somebody in the Trump campaign, we've learned from the FBI and Secret Service, they drugged him. They somehow got to his coffee, okay, or whatever he was drinking, a monster drink to keep him awake. They drugged him, and that's it. Let's move on. There's nothing else to see here. I haven't heard that yet.
What did she just say?
Listen, somebody in the Trump campaign, we've learned from the FBI and Secret Service, they drugged him. They somehow got to his...
Go back.
Ridiculous. Absolutely nut job behavior here, okay? This is to the point of insanity, okay? I don't know if he's competent or not, but the minute I have to ask, it's over, okay? It's over. This is not going to help, okay? Unless he says, listen, somebody in the Trump campaign, we've learned from the FBI and Secret Service, they drugged him. They somehow got to his coffee, okay, or whatever he was drinking, a monster drink to keep him awake. They drugged him, and that's it. Let's move on. There's nothing else to see here. I haven't heard that yet. I haven't heard that.
Yeah. So Nate,
should they just make it up? Or what do you want? What the fuck do you want?
Silver saying he gave incoherent answers. The most generous way to put it is that he doesn't seem in command, and that's it.
Like, when I listen to lefties, the criticisms that they levy are indistinguishable from conservatives. Indistinguishable. I don't even know what to fucking think of these people.
An extremely hard sell when you're commander in chief, and so Now, Nate Silver does polling, but he has been one of the people that have been warning throughout. He's losing very, very badly. You guys are not getting it.
You were talking shit before you were talking shit about his policies. You were talking shit about his age. You were talking shit about everything about Biden before the bad debate performance. You never wanted him to win, Cenk. You never wanted him to win. That's the kind of honesty I want to see in my newscasters. Yeah, I don't want the person that most aligns with my values to win. Because then people might be pissed off enough to just vote for me. Because I can't get enough fucking votes in liberal ass fucking California, where I live, where I started my whole fucking online movement. I hate this motherfucker.
And he said it, Ezra Klein said it, I said it, Carville and Axelrod said it, but nobody would listen. So that was pre-debate. Post-debate, he's now in a much bigger bind. The polling is collapsing. So did that make it worse? Well, we'll have to see the whole interview to assess that, right? But was that enough for us to think, oh, all right, here we go. That's a guy who could beat Donald Trump. That's a guy who's gonna make a 16-point comeback, because that's what he needs. He was at 52% approval rating when he barely won the election.
Approval rating isn't what you need to go up on. I'm sorry? He needs to make it up by how much?
Was that enough for us to think, oh, all right, here we go. That's a guy who could beat Donald Trump. That's a guy who's gonna make a 16-point comeback, because that's what he needs.
He doesn't need to get a 16-point comeback. When the fuck has Biden ever been 16 points down? What a fucking imbecile. It's just like never been the case. It's never been the case that Biden needed fully 16%. He's never been that far behind Trump. Not once. Yeah, also he wouldn't agree with who they chose, because if it wasn't Bernie, or if it wasn't him, or if it wasn't like one of his buddies, he wouldn't be in favor of it.
52% approval rating when he barely won the election in 2020. He's now
when it comes to, like, for people in Kick Chat, I would listen to what Akriel says, because dude's smarter than I am and is in the know significantly more than I am when it comes to this stuff. So I would say, yeah, definitely take what he says, not with a grain of salt. The other, he's a good source of information, okay?
At a 36% approval rating. That's why people like me and Nate, who understand numbers are not negotiable, know that 16-point comeback would be the biggest miracle in American political history. And does that guy look like
16 points back? He's never been 16 points back the entirety of this campaign. Never once was he ever down that bad. Not once. Where the fuck do they even come up with this? One second, let me just up this right here.
His best day, for only a tiny 15-minute interview, like the guy who can do a 16-point miraculous comeback, my assessment is still no, not bordering, past.
So why attack him? Like, constantly? if you're worried about his approval ratings slipping even further, wouldn't you, if you want to beat Donald Trump, like, I know you're all for long shot fucking going hard in the paint for something that's probably not going to win, like your ill-fated fucking campaign that you ran, but at a certain point, probably go with what's tried and true, right? Right? A little bit? He wants him to drop out. Yeah, I know. I get that. Understood.
Hell no.
This question for you. What do you say?
Don't care. All right, we got like not too much time left, but a little bit of time left. Why don't we switch gears a little bit? Before we do, I'm going to shill again. Once an hour, every hour. If you guys like my content, hey, please consider. I'm coming to you, hat in hand. Please consider donating or becoming a member or something like that. There's the membership on YouTube. There are the, what do you call them? The subscriptions on Kick. If you want to donate or super chat, there's a link in the description that would go directly to me. If you want to super chat, that's also acceptable. But yeah, any amount of support means way more than you possibly could know. Your boy is just getting ready to move across the country to fucking Washington, D.C. Major, unbelievably major change in my life. So I'm looking to make sure that I have enough money to pay rent and all that stuff. So if you guys like my content, if you consume it on a regular basis, or if you just found me, please consider becoming a member today. Quick meme. I was thinking about doing, is this the, I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can make it through the whole minute and 15. Oh, wait, hold on. I thought this was something else. I don't know if I can do it still. But we'll probably start the Vosh David Smith debate. I almost said Michael Cohen, which would be very, very wrong. We'll try it.
Hey, Elon, check this out.
You posted this meme?
Yes.
And you posted this comment?
Yes.
Mr. Musk.
Call me Elon.
I'm sorry. There's something about this that is making me sick to my fucking stomach. I'm sorry. I felt like my gorge rise. Actually.
When you wrote...
Why is her face undulating?
When you wrote true, were you referring to this or this?
I can't. I'm sorry. I actually can't. I can't do it. I can't make it through that. That was possibly the cringiest fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Content suggestions. Let me scroll down to the Vosh debate.
Ukraine is losing.
Let's get some real content in here. Okay? I think the average person spends very little time focusing on politics, so their struggles at home will be will be the only judge they have. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. But also framing goes an unbelievably long way. Framing goes an unbelievably long way. Because people don't, you don't pay attention to politics and you're fed a certain line over and over and over and over, well, that's just like the facts of the matter to you, right? Which I can't really blame people for for that because that's the only frame of reference you have, which is why it pisses me why it pisses me off so fucking much when people like Jank are going around and like the new warpath is shit talking Biden when you could talk about like the objective markers of the things that he's done that are good. You know, you could talk about the economy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like people just, I guess, don't want to fucking do that. Like by every objective measure, the economy is better now than when Biden got into office. People are earning more. Wages have risen. Jobs, like manufacturing jobs, are back on the menu in these places that have admittedly been historically, you know, kind of fucking forgotten. Why is this not built yet? But like for some reason, everybody still thinks that the economy is in the fucking tank. The economy, it's not in the tank. Our economy is actually doing really, really, really well right now. But the framing that people have over everything is saying the economy is bad, everything is fucked, Biden is old, all of his things have led to inflation. We're still dealing with horrible inflation. Inflation is horrible right now. Like, if that's all of the framing that you ever get, you're probably going to just like at a certain point believe it, right? In otherwise, red states got a significant boost in 22. People are worried about the future of a country and the loss of their rights. That is true. I don't think the average person believes that. No, that is actually like demonstrably true. And that's one reason why I haven't been blackpilled basically the entire time that we've been following the election is Dems are up big. They're up bigly. They're up big league, okay? When it comes to every single fucking election since Biden won, they've done. I don't think that there's been like one Pyrrhic victory in the House, but we held on to the Senate against all odds. It's very possible that the Dems hold on to the Senate again this election cycle because the Republican Party is just like hell bent on putting forward like the worst candidates of all fucking time. So like, they're like, despite everything, the fear of Trump does have a legitimate, is a extremely significant factor when it comes to whether or not the people come out to vote for Biden. Are we forgetting Manchin's seat? No. But in an election cycle where how many Senate seats, Acriel, you probably know this off the top of your head, how many Senate seats are up for grabs? One second. His is? No, his is because he's retiring. And so that's going to go to the Republicans. I'm not coping so hard that I don't think that Manchin is going to or that West Virginia is going to elect a fucking Democrat again after him. But like Arizona, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, I think in Michigan, in did I already say Arizona? In Nevada, in fucking Montana, the Dems are up bigly. It was not looking good earlier in the cycle, but there's some hope now. Well, yeah, because like the biggest factors there, at least to my understanding, were the Republicans keep on putting up dog shit fucking candidates that are losing candidates. Like fucking Kari Lake in Arizona. That's a losing candidate. Hey, how's it going, Nico Pluto? It's been a while. Still kicking, still alive somehow. Despite all attempts on my life thus far, I am still alive. No work within the radius. There's plenty of work within the radius. Please finish the fucking laboratory. Let's proceed with pain. Okay. We'll watch a little bit of this just to get our appetite whetted. And then hopefully I'll be able to stream again soon. I don't know exactly when. But we'll meme for a little bit. You know what? We'll meme so hard I'll fucking start smoking. Fuck it. Dave will blow your mind. I can't wait.
This war. They're not going to drive Russia out of Crimea. They're not going to drive Russia out of many of the territories that they've taken right now. We should be working toward a deal, a peaceful solution, which has been on the table several times throughout this war, and it's been the West who has been trying to squash it.
Ukraine hasn't been losing.
Wait, hold on. Jank is a con man or an actual 70 IQ retard? It's hard to tell. They're not mutually exclusive, just so you know.
Both countries have been stalling. I don't want this conflict to end in a way that's going to guarantee the conflict reemerges in 2 years. If the line just freezes where it is right now, are we not guaranteeing another conflict in a few years?
The United States of America holds all of the chips. We could offer Vladimir Putin something that would probably get him to do whatever we wanted him to do. And you know what that is, the ultimate crowning jewel for him. How about we leave NATO?
Another thing that is so fucking aggravating to me is like the more I learn about politics and the more that I learn about America and just like our place in the world, the more I'm like, man, foreign policy is so important. Foreign policy is so important. We need to make sure we got a really good one, don't we? Damn. But it feels like everybody hates the idea of ever interacting with another country on Earth. When we have so much going for us. Why is it that our country can be so fucking cool and lead in so many fucking places, and then our own fucking citizens fucking hate us this much? And all, like, for the majority of their grievances and my grievances with this country, we have a very easy remedy. There is a remedy at our disposal. It has been right in front of us this entire time. It's just go and vote for someone that aligns with your values, and don't vote out of spite, and don't vote because it's a meme. Vote because it's something that you genuinely want. And if enough, like, other human beings within our, within our borders go out and vote like you, that thing will happen. There's not a single thing that people have wanted in the history of America that they voted for and never got. Pre-World War II isolationism is a valid strat? No, they just don't care. There's no strategic fucking thinking here. That's the thing. There's no strategic thinking. They have no brains. They have no strategy. It's very easy. If you hate this country, they can go, but they won't. Well, yeah, I know. But the only people I'll say that to are people that, like, idolize horrible despotic countries, right? Like North Korea or Iran or some shit like that. I'll say that to them because at a certain point, yeah, all right. You think North Korea is better than the United States? Go fucking live there, you fucking loser, right? Like, no skin off my back. But Wait, slaver. Oh, that's a pretty penny for a fucking lizard boy. Come on. It's very easy. There's no way to scramble it. It's very strange. Like I know I used to be on the like fuck America train. I know I was, and I'm horribly ashamed of it now, given that I know more than I knew then. But I understand where I was at that point. And it's really not hard to snap your brain out of that. It's really not. You don't have to live. You don't have to live like this. Why are we what are we low on that you guys can't make fucking booze? You actual fucking Neanderthals. All right. America needs to defeat Russia. There is no option now. Well, there was no option because Russia gave us no option. There hasn't been an option since what, 2014? Once they invaded Crimea, it was unsalvageable. That relationship is gone.
All right, welcome to Counterpoints. Today, we're going to be talking about the Ukraine-Russia war. Emily, who are we going to have?
Yeah, well, we have two great guests joining us. We're joined by YouTuber, live streamer Vash, and we are joined by comedian, podcast host Dave Smith. Vash, Dave, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, maybe it's because I'm high now. Okay, maybe it's because I'm high now. Why is she intentionally lowering her voice? Am I the only one hearing that? Am I insane? Because that's not the sound of a woman who has a deep voice, because I know women who have like deep, sultry voices. That's someone who is lowering their voice to earn respect.
Or Emily, who are we going to have?
Yeah, well, we have two great guests joining us. We're joined by YouTuber, live streamer Vash, and we are joined by comedian, podcast.
Oh, maybe. Oh, man. Akriel, did I just do a sexism? You don't hear it? You guys don't know anything about vocal tones at all, and it shows. All right? You guys know nothing about vocal tonality and quality in the way that I do. And it shows.
Podcast host Dave.
Women have voices like this? Well, listen, I'm high, and that's why I brought it up in the first place. I shouldn't have, because I could be wrong, and then I would be actually sexist. But, and Akriel brings up a good point. Some women probably do lower their voices to be taken more seriously. But also, I don't understand, like, if that was the case, why we're in 2024, baby. Feminism won. Bust out that fucking soprano you got. You're delusional? Oh, maybe I'm delusional. It's probably because I'm high. Again. Hold, please. I'll be there soon. Catch you later.
Smith, Vash, Dave, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
Well, Ukraine is a timely subject to debate.
Isn't this guy on the left? Oh, it's not showing my mouse. Okay. Isn't the guy on the far left, isn't he like a crazy fucking conspiracy theorist? I don't know what his fucking name is. He probably said it a minute ago. But I feel like I know that face.
Right now, obviously, we're 2+ years into the war, but there have been recent escalations.
Wait, we could have applied pressure on Russia, Russian factions that support the West, but we severed all Western support, forcing Putin to the East? I have never heard someone say whatever you're talking about there, so I'm not sure what Russian factions could we have applied pressure to? Ryan Grimm, he wrote the rape denial article for the... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Banking should not be used as a weapon like Biden did. I think that I think that that's fine. If you're going to like go so far outside of what like the generally agreed rules of, you know, taking people's territory and like waging warfare and shit like that, if you're going to go so far outside of that, that we can't deal with you and you're going to fund that war that we think is outside of the scope of what is acceptable, yeah, fuck you. That's my opinion.
And that makes it important, I think, to sort of go through some of those recent developments.
Lindsey Graham can want to give weapons to Ukraine for whatever reason he wants. It's not the reasons that I want. Also, I think that that statement was like mostly in jest. I don't think that if you put Lindsey Graham in front of a dying fucking, Russian conscript that he would be, skipping and dancing and yippieing. That's just my personal opinion, I guess.
For example, the U.S. recently greenlit, as many people know, strikes with U.S. weapons inside of Russia. There was the strike that Russia is blaming the U.S. for in Crimea just over the last couple of days. So,
wait, Ukraine strikes on Russian nuclear radar stations? Oh. Early warning systems. If they are used in the war against Ukraine, I would have to really think about what the correct move there would be. Because that is scary. If they're just like trying to put pressure on Russia by, taking out their fucking early warning nuclear systems, that's actually spooky, yes. But also like if they have a legitimate like war aim in Ukraine, right, that they can like point towards like, hey, they're using these to like hunt down our dudes or to whatever the fuck,
Oh, I think
did you hear what he said? Yeah, he said something along the lines of like every bullet that we send to Ukraine is another bullet that can go into a Russian soldier's head, or lots of dead Russians or some shit like that. Unless there's something new that he said. But like that's not even as edgy as like the internet humor that I find acceptable when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. So like I don't know what you're like, I'm not upsetty spaghetti about it. Lindsey Graham's word is, I mean, in terms of like trusting him, sure, but like he does want to, he is in support of Ukraine, so I can give him that.
I think probably a good way to begin is to give you both kind of an opening statement here. And I'll start with you, Bosch. Should the U.S. continue funding this war? And then we'll go to Dave on the same question. But go ahead first, Bosch.
Yeah, I mean...
Also, just really quick, just so everybody knows, I'm ending at 10:10 my time, so in about 8 minutes, all right? Once again, if you like my content, this is a little bit more than once an hour, every hour, but this is going to be the last time I do this. If you like my content, please consider subscribing or becoming a member on YouTube. That's really helpful for me, especially because I'm about to move across the country. I am desperately poor, and I would like to... not be that. I would like to be able to pay my bills, and I would like to, be able to, eat food. So if you guys are feeling generous, hat in hand, I'm coming to you. Use that donation link, become a member, super chat, etc., etc. Unfortunately, Christian theology is kind of also playing out with Russia, China, and US. Russia is trying to gather the Orthodox Church under them. I have no idea where the fuck you're getting that. I have not heard that at all. I've never heard that before either.
I don't like the idea on a systemic level of rewarding Russia for invading a neighbor. I just think, generally speaking, that's bad for global relations, very destabilizing. I think it's important that we support any system that prevents that from happening, and not exactly a novel position. With regards to the recent development and strikes inside Russian territory, I actually think that this is, in the long run, going to be a good move for peace, just because the previous U.S. doctrine, which seemed to be provide just enough weapons to stall the war, but not like decisively conclude included. I think that was actually like the worst possible decision. You know, if Russia did an sort of like early conquest, or if Ukraine decisively held its territory, those both end the war relatively quickly. But just interminably stalling it right at the river, you know, I don't think that would have been good in the long run. Hopefully, these increased attacks inside Russian territory, mostly, of course, the refineries that they're using to sort of gin up their war economy. Hopefully, that serves as an effective long-term deterrent. I don't want this conflict to continue. I don't want civilians to die. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we'll have to see how things play out.
Dave, go ahead.
Well, of course, we should stop funding this. We never should have been funding this war to begin with. I think that in the original Cold War, which I still regard as one of the worst U.S. policies in modern American history, that did so much to ruin our country, and not to mention, you know, like things like the Vietnam War and the millions of people.
What?
U.S. policies and
Lindsay context? Oh, is this like a new statement?
Nice to meet you. How about you, sir?
No, this was a year ago.
We have, I think, free or die.
Free or die.
Now you are free.
Yes.
And we will be.
And the Russians are dying. The things you do for your country.
Thank you very much for your coming. Thank you very much. Thanks, United States, people of the United States, for all big support. President Biden, bipartisan support, Congress, and really big. Thank you so much.
Bipartisan support.
Yes, it's very important. So we appreciate for. We know that from first days we have total support. It's about 38 billion, and it is big support. Very important.
The best money we've ever spent.
Thank you so
best
much.
money we've ever spent.
You know, we're on let's see, this is 457th day of a war that was supposed to last 3 days.
Yeah.
You amaze me. Your country amazes me.
It's about our people and about your people. Your people help our people. All our appreciation.
You remind me of our better selves in America. That there was a time in America that we were this way, fighting to the last person. We're going to be free or die.
Free or die.
Free or die.
Now you are free.
Yes.
And we will be.
And the Russians are dying.
Yes, but they came to our territory. Yeah. We are not fighting on their territory.
Added a little caveat there. 8 minutes, crap, I joined too late. Yeah, it was nice to see you too, man. Wait, Ukraine, Moldova, eventually they want to take the former Greek Orthodox Roman Empire. If you have a video on that, hey man, join the Discord, link it to me, or I would say send it to me on Twitter, but I'm locked out of Twitter. I'm both banned and I don't remember my fucking password. Oh, here's what Sneako's talking about.
They're sitting on $10 to $12 trillion of critical minerals in Ukraine. They could be the richest country in all of Europe. I don't want to give that money and those assets to Putin to share with China. If we help Ukraine now, they can become the best business partner we ever dreamed of. That $10 to $12 trillion of critical mineral assets could be used by Ukraine and the West, not given to Putin and China. This is a very big deal how Ukraine ends.
Okay. I don't care. I don't care about that statement. It's not like the worst thing anyone said like at all during this, or like the most inhuman thing that anyone said during this. So like I'm just simply not that concerned. Huh? Wait, they lied to us? Wait, who lied about what? I don't think that that is the main driver behind literally anything that we're doing in Ukraine. You realize that, right? The main driver of what we're doing in Ukraine is Russia is a like major geopolitical fucking nemesis to us. That's by their own admission. They don't like us. They are actively trying to fuck us in like 5 different areas. So them waging a suicidal war, and let's be clear, it is suicidal. It's no skin off my fucking back. It could be his reason to vote for aid, but like at the end of the day, the reason the United States is supporting Ukraine is because we have major interest, not business-wise, but geopolitical-wise.
in modern American history that did so much to ruin our country, and not to mention, like things like the Vietnam War and the millions of people who died in it. But at least in the original Cold War, I think there was always a healthy respect for the risks involved. And that all of us all sane people should recognize that the greatest priority in human history is that the United States of America and Russia do not go to war. And this was something that people in the old Cold War were very respectful of and aware of. The difference in this new Cold War environment is that no one in the upper echelons of power in America seems to have any respect for this threat, and any respect for, you could.
Why do they lie? Who lied about what? I don't know what the lie was. Like, nothing that he said there, like, goes against literally anything that's been said before.
Think to yourself, well, maybe this will work out in a positive way, that the U.S. is greenlighting attacks inside of Russia. Or perhaps it could be an absolute disaster. And we're playing with, when I say we're playing with fire, it's an understatement. We're flirting with potentially the most disastrous thing that could happen to the human species.
I can't wait to review this in full. But unfortunately, as I said earlier, I am ending at 10:10. I love you guys very much, and I don't really want to go because it's been a week since I've been able to talk to you guys. And it's very cathartic to talk about this stuff when I'm worrying about it all on my own. But yeah, I do need to go. It is sleepy time for me, all right? But hopefully I'll be able to stream within the next 2, maybe 3 days. I don't know. The reality of the situation that I'm in right now is that I am spending literally all of my fucking time packing and getting ready for movers and shit like that. So that's where I'm at right now. Let me think. Is there anything that I should shill or do anything like that? No, just here's like the channel update, if you will. I'm going to be moving in less than 2 weeks, like literally across the country. So streams are going to be at least a little bit sporadic, if not outright like unable to do them some days that I would normally be able to do them. So if you want to see when I go live, subscribe, join the Discord, and thumbs up the, what do you call it, stream announcements thing, because you'll be able to see a lot of, or you'll be able to see whenever I go live. I am keeping at least as updated as I can be on stuff. It's kind of hard because some of the ways that I kind of deal with the doomerism is by talking it out, baby. Love talking it out. And it's really hard to talk it out with people IRL because everybody is just not as it's not that they're stupid, it's that they don't have the information that I have. If you don't have the information, like at the broad political scale, everything seems super doomer, super horrible. Everything is going to shit, but not everything is so bad. And it's nice to remember that when I get to talk to you guys about it. Extent to which we are Orthodox believers is engaging in Pancake Week celebrations. I have never in my life heard that expression. If you're Russian, then that must be a Russian expression. I have never heard that shit before in my life. I've also not heard the Orthodox revanchism, whatever, idea. So maybe I could look into that, but I think that really, at the end of the day, the whole Russian thing is super hard to figure out any reason why they would want to do it besides just wanting to extend their power. But I'm replying to someone else. Yeah. I just don't know that that turn of phrase. Anyways, I'm I'm stalling. I need to go. I love you guys very much. It's been a very fun stream and a cathartic stream. Sad to go, but join the Discord, subscribe, become a member on YouTube, give me money, etc., etc., etc. Love you guys very much, and I will catch you guys hopefully within the next 2 or 3 days.